right, y'all, I'm back. I decided to come on StreamYard instead of broadcasting through YouTube, just to play around with some of the features a little bit. I think we'll see what I can kind of do here. So there will be, oh, here we go. I swear he was silent before I went live. He was laying down sleeping and now he's up screaming, "Hi, you want something now?" Oh, kisses? Wow. So yeah, I thought I would follow up from my last video. Definitely incurred a lot of feedback from the last video, most of which was positive, some of it not so positive, which is to be expected, but I appreciate people being open with me and sharing their own experiences. A lot of people could resonate with some of what I was talking about. I think Leah even did a video today. She said it was somewhat in response to my video where she kind of talked about her own disillusionment with radical feminism, which we both talked about, over the years in various ways. I mean, for me, it's like I said in my last video, there's all these worldly things that we can identify with that really don't have anything to do with who we actually are. And when we overemphasize that, who we are tends to get, lost. It gets lost in the milieu. And if that becomes your life, which it had for me, it just becomes really important to step back and kind of, you lose yourself. And when you lose yourself, you have to find yourself again. Hi, Frank. Frank asks, are people harassing you? No more than usual. So no, I haven't been harassed really. I mean, I did have some weird comments, but I mean, that's to be expected. I think too, there was one woman like I just got fed up with in the comment section because she was insistent that there's a high-pitched hum. Interesting. Well, I wonder what that's about. Well, thank you for letting me know. How is the sound now? Is there still a weird hum? I mean, I don't think it was that this person was weird. I just think that she didn't really understand, or maybe she had misunderstood. I don't know. Maybe I'm being too generous because I think sometimes people just, damn, I wonder what's going on. Okay, give me a second. I'm gonna go off. I'm gonna unplug my mic and whatnot and come right back. So brief intermission, talk amongst yourselves. There's 4 people. So if you want to just leave a hello in the chat and be sure to like the video. I will be right back since I'm having technical difficulties, but I will still be live. So just expect me to come back. It's an intermission. All right, I plugged in a different microphone. That should probably be better. You all like my sad crusty? Yeah, okay. How's the sound now? Everything good? Thank you. Yeah, these bows were a good investment. I got a really good deal on them, and they've brought joy to many people today. I wore them at church, and like people were like, "Oh, I just love your bows." You know me, I love being precious and just making people smile, you know? It's what I came here to do. Yeah, this is a much nicer microphone. Usually I don't mess with plugging in my good microphone, but maybe I should do that. Marcus is still a feminist, but I guess it means different things to different people. I guess I'm going to talk about some other things with that, but yeah, also, let's see. Oh, I forgot I can show people's comments, so I'm going to do that. What? So Frank said this, sometimes people just want to complain. I agree with that, but this person in particular was, she just, I think she either, I don't know where she got, I think she just heard something in another live stream at one point and extrapolated some things from it that weren't true, because she was going on about my father specifically, saying that she just made this, I don't know, a lot of people were just, that's the thing, like, too, okay, I'm getting off topic here, but yeah, it annoyed me because she was saying that my father did all the chores growing up, which I've never said, like, ever. My father was my only parent. So in a sense, he was responsible for the household, but I did my fair share of chores in that household. Like, so I was like, where is this person getting this from? And then, she also had stated something about how, something about how I'm willing to put up with men's BS because some women are bad. I was like, I don't know what about me stating that I'm not a feminist anymore indicates that I'm willing to put up with anyone's BS. I think that's really part of it too. And actually, Leah, I'm kind of here because I did watch your video, and it kind of made me think maybe I should talk a little bit more about some things. But I felt, when I really started to back away in like 2020, I felt like, sometimes the best thing we can do when people are not being good to us, and, obviously that's what I had experienced. I experienced a lot of mistreatment. And Leah, you saw it firsthand, things I went through with people that I worked with, just treating me like, dirt, treating me like, trash, not treating me like, I felt so much like a typical woman, in my feminist activism. I felt like one of these sad, bitter women that gives everything and gets nothing. That's how it felt to me. That's how I was left feeling. And, that's a really difficult thing to go through. And I wasn't just, somebody making videos. I was somebody organizing in my community. I was doing a lot for a long time, and I really felt very disrespected, disregarded, and dehumanized. I felt like a lot of superhero bullshit was projected onto me because I'm able to, formulate my opinions vocally. And I'm not afraid to say things that, will make people not like me if I feel they need to be said. That's who I am. Excuse me. So it, a lot of it for me was like I was done being mistreated, you know, and I felt like in so many ways, even though I had all of these very radical, extreme views about the way women were treated in the world, still I let myself be treated in those ways in the name of, you know, my activism. And kind of coming to awareness about that, that like, despite the fact that I have all of this intellectual knowledge, you know, still it wasn't ringing true in my life. You know, when we talk about bearing fruit, and I mentioned that in the last video, bearing real fruit. The real fruit I was bearing was everything that I didn't want. You know, I was routinely subjected to the worst. And I realized for myself, I deserve better. You know, I'm a precious person. I really am. I am somebody that deserves to be treasured. And here I was putting myself in all this harm's way and putting myself through all this stress. For what? For what? For nothing. So I hope people will take heart and see what I'm talking about as a caution. You know, I don't want to see women out here fighting all their whole lives. What is the point? Our energy is so precious. It's so valuable, and it's not an infinite resource. We will get tapped out eventually. And when that happens, you know, we end up very jaded as a result. And I hope that, you know, the fact that I ended up jaded will caution others to not burn themselves out, not give so much, and like really think about what their energy is worth. Now, excuse me, again, my cat is acting out. So just another brief intermission. I'll be right back. All right. I don't know if he's going to chill out. Yeah. He does this though, you know, they know when you go live, and they want to get their attention then, you know. I think honestly, he doesn't like having me talk and my attention go onto this thing. Why don't you come up here, sweetie? I don't know. So, yeah, it was very typical feminine BS I was dealing with. Like I hadn't actually worked through a lot of that, and it showed in my life. Hi, sweetie. Hi. And my life felt very empty. You know, I gave so much of myself, and especially like a lot of the women I was working with had so much more than me. You know, I spent a lot of my precious time and energy not investing in myself, you know, even though my life wasn't together. And I think that this is a real problem. A lot of women get sucked into activism of various kinds. It's not just feminism either. I see women do this in all kinds of social justice movements. They get sucked in, they get wore out, you know, and then their lives end up really, they end up in a state of delayed growth, because all the energy they should have been spending on investing in themselves and, investing in their, money, investing in their homes, investing in their personal lives, get sucked into this activism. And I was like, oftentimes working with people who had all the things that I wanted in life. They had homes, they had careers, they had, spouses. I didn't have any of that stuff. And it's so interesting though, because it seems like there's this juxtaposition. It's like the more comfortable people were in their lives, the less brave they seem to be as well, the less willing they were to go out on limbs. And I don't know if it's just like that they had more to lose. I think that's a part of it. But I really think that these dynamics are present in not just feminism, but like in all movements, in all activist movements. And I do see women really giving the most. Women are the backbone of most activist circles. They're doing all the hard work. Honestly, they're doing all the grassroots labor in pretty much every movement I've ever seen of any kind. They're doing most of the work. They're getting the least amount of actual credit for that work. And they're pretty much sucked dry. And a lot of them end up in really terrible positions. You hear about all these horror stories about these wonderful women who dedicate themselves, they dedicate themselves to whatever cause, and they end up going through horror. And for what? Nobody would have sat in their place or taken these burdens for them. And I guess too, what I wanted to mention is gender roles, because that's something that was a big part of my realization that I really wasn't a feminist anymore. And, that's a big part of feminism itself, not just radical feminism, but all feminism. And that's why I'm not interested in any of it. Because, what is appealing to me, or what was appealing to me about women's liberation as a concept, is not really existent in feminism. Feminism is an ideology. I had women, in the chat last week who were very much talking about radical feminism as if it's a mass movement, which it isn't, and mentioning, I think, the Million Women Rise march, which happens in London every year, which is not, it's a big march that attracts a lot of different groups. That again, it's not indicative of, when I was talking about radical feminism, that this is not the same thing, and at all. Radical feminism is a very, very specific belief system. Okay, stop it. No. So I don't really think you can conflate the two. Obviously, if it's radical, I mean, let's just break it down. If it's radical, getting to the root of the things, going to the source, that's never going to be mass. It's always going to be peripheral. It's always going to be marginal, because most people are not going to fall into radical beliefs in politics. It's not, when I say radical, I'm not talking about extreme or different. I'm talking about a specific kind of worldview that is looking at going to the source of things and trying to uproot it. So I don't think that in this term, or in this way, that this kind of belief system is ever going to be mass. I don't think it can be. It's just not Most women can't, will not live that. There may be times and swells in the culture where, because of certain material conditions, more people get drawn to mass movement activism, and maybe beliefs that are more marginal become more center because that is what is needed in the culture. But most people aren't going to stick there. They're going to do the work of the time, and then they're going to go back to their regular lives. Most people aren't going to completely transform themselves because of that. In my opinion, maybe I'm wrong, but I don't really see that happening overall. So anyway, I mentioned gender roles. I realized I had kind of a big awakening that my main problem with men is it's not, or that I had, I guess I should say, the problems that I'd had with men, the reasons why I didn't like so many of them, the reasons why I felt very just angry towards them, I think had a lot to do with the breakdown in gender roles in society, and the fact that so many men didn't really know their role and didn't act in accordance with their role. And once I kind of figured out, that had a lot to do with it, I kind of started to question things very clearly. And I've had these conversations with friends over the past couple years as well, just kind of fleshing this out. Like, in my mind, I even use this story to kind of explain what I'm talking about, because recently I have an acquaintance that I've known since high school who married another person I went to high school with. This is a man. He married a woman that I went to high school with. They had a child together. He had some problems and she left him. These were problems that she felt were a risk to her and her child, and she did not feel like in any way saving this relationship or saving him. And he's been very vocally unhappy about this since they broke up. Now, I have never spoken to her directly about everything that happened in their relationship, but I did know why she left him, and I did know, I knew the reason why, and she didn't get into all her feelings about it. She's been very dignified about it. She's kept her mouth shut, in terms of public, while he's been bleeding everywhere, about his feelings. And I'm not saying this to disrespect him, because he's clearly going through things, and I wish him, healing, because he clearly needs it. But what I want to say is that he recently had publicly stated that he was angry at her for not saving him. And I thought this was like a really perfect example of what's wrong in society, especially in terms of gender roles, because things have been so backward for so long. We have grown men in this case, and this is just an example, but I see this everywhere. I see this in so many men expecting women to be their saviors. It's like, we talk about women having Prince Charming syndrome and wanting to be rescued by a man. I can't tell you the number of times I have seen this in reverse. I've handled it in specific relationships with men. And, it's almost like every guy out there is expecting a woman to save him. I know that isn't the case. I know that there are men out there who have themselves together, to a mature level, obviously, but I see this so often. And, I did communicate with him about it briefly. And this is just
me stating, I haven't spoken to her about her unique feelings about this, but I had stated to him that, you know, when you reverse the roles on women, when women are put in the position of being the masculine one in a relationship with a man, it breeds a lot of resentment. It really does. It's one of those things that just, I don't know, more than anything else, women cannot take. And I see that in so many women's relationships. And I hear so many feminists even talking about how they want to be the main breadwinner. And I'm like, and while their man stays home and takes care of their kids. And I'm like, I want you to really think about that for a moment. I want you to like really stop and think about that, because it sounds so, in theory, it sounds great, and I'm not saying this can't work for certain people. I know it does. But for me, and I think for most women, that's going to be a situation that makes them at the very least resentful. There's something unnatural about it. There's something so wrong to us. And so, I'd stated to this man in particular, I was like, expecting her to save you, expecting a woman to save you is putting her in your position. And most women are going to resent that. Most women do not want to save a man. They want to feel that their man is meeting his role. And then he wanted me to explain, well, what do you mean? What do you mean this is, I said it reversed our natural roles, right? And he's like, can you explain what you mean? I was like, a man's role is to provide for his family and protect his family. I mean, that was it. I like, it's really not much. It really isn't much, but it seems to be like something that has become a lot more, is just strange in the culture. And I'm not saying that, she shouldn't have her own career or do whatever. It's up to the woman how she wants to organize her home and her life and her household. But I'm pretty damn sure that this was a situation where she was the responsible one and he was the irresponsible one. And that's why it broke apart. And I see this in so many relationships where women are, getting married or not, having kids with men, and then they're in this position of having a grown man who feels like a child to them. And it really destroys the relationship, because when people aren't secure in their roles, when people don't feel like they can be, secure in that, that breakdown of those roles and the relationships really does have reverberating effects in society. And it definitely impacts the relationships between men and women. Oh, this is a funny comment. A lot of men need to just put that, because honestly, I'm thinking too about that like Oasis Wonderwall song. Maybe you're going to be the one that saves me. So many people think that. It's like men and women feel this way, but I think it's more natural for a woman to expect to be taken care of than a man who wants to be taken care of. I mean, if a woman is in a position where she feels like she has a grown man in her home that's just another child, I mean, it destroys her ability to be sexually attracted to him as well. It causes all kinds of problems, and you're seeing it in society a lot, And obviously some women just deal with it. You know, they just put up with it. They think this is as good as it gets, or like, you know, they love him. So, oh, of course you love him. He's your adopted son. But it's really not good. The Smallville. Oh, this is a funny comment too. Let me show this. If you're going to have a man, get one who can kill a wild boar with his bare hands in case times get hard. I don't know. I mean, boars are pretty rough. I don't know. I don't expect that. Okay. I just expect a man who, you know, is responsible and, you know, takes care of his responsibilities. I mean, like, women want to feel, in terms of, I don't know, and yeah, I had some people, I had one person like, in my comments in the last video, kind of being surprised about, you know, my return to kind of a Christian identity in the past few years because of what the Bible says about women. And then I asked them to explain, and they just posted some Bible quotes out of context. And it was just like, but some of those were about wives submitting to their husbands. Let me tell you something, y'all. I think it's a good thing for women to submit to their husbands. And I'm going to take it a step further and explain what I mean even more so. If you cannot submit to a man, then you should not be with him. You should not marry him. Because if you can't submit to him, he is not a man you can respect. And in the Bible, it does talk about how we are to respect our husbands. We are to respect and submit to them, okay? And conversely, they are to love us. All right, so it doesn't say we have to love them. It says they have to love us. And a lot of women are out here doing it wrong. You know, it's not in terms of like this is talking about, you know, in that it's talking about what is the ideal family structure. Okay. What is the man's role in that? Okay. So he's meant to be a leader. He's meant to be responsible for these people, including the wife. Okay. He's to take responsibility for her and cherish her. Okay. And I just see a lot of women like chasing love as the ultimate connection to have with a man. But, you know, that feeling is not really what it's about. And I'm not saying that you shouldn't love your husband, right? Of course you should. But love that is real is something that grows over time. And if you respect a man and he's taking care of you and he is responsible, I mean, women are going to love them. That's a different kind of love. I mean, this isn't about like the fantasies of the culture that we continually have pushed on us about true love and finding someone who's going to rescue us from all of the turmoil of life, you know, and provide light and joy and happiness to us. I mean, that is a fantasy, and it's based on the rush of chemicals we get when we fall into lust with someone. Lust is a very different thing than love. And it is more important. I mean, this is also too, like there's a Irish proverb about this as well, which says to not marry the one you love, to marry the one that loves you. Women are the prize, okay? Women are the ideal, all right? So if that is the case, then it is far more important that we be loved. So I don't know. I just, in terms of that, I mean, my views have shifted quite a bit, and it's just really about, it's really just about, to me, at least, you know, I've come to see things differently the more I've lived. You know, it's easy to have idealistic views when you're, you know, you haven't really lived. The more you live and the more you see people try, you see, and you try it in your own life to make these principles work, and you see the hollowness of them. I mean, it's inevitable that if you're unhappy, you're going to kind of revert back to tradition and looking for the value in it. I think word should be spread about St. Paul. Most scholars agree what he said about women being quiet is misattributed, and he didn't say it. I mean, I don't know. I'm not a biblical scholar. I don't have to agree with everything in the Bible to understand that there's value in it. You know, they also were quoting lines from Leviticus about if a woman, you know, a man rapes an unmarried woman, what you do with them, like how a man is supposed to make penance for that. I'm like, you have to take into context the culture they were living in. Okay, this was a highly patriarchal culture. This woman, after being raped, had pretty much no chance of marriage. So, you know, the idea that a rapist would have to pay her father and marry her and take care of her for the rest of her life. I mean, this was the social contract, okay? And it makes sense in the context. Obviously, I am not of Jewish descent, so my ancestors would have been, you know, pagans, and they had different customs and different beliefs. But I mean, I understand the context of that culture and why that was, you know, believed to be a practice, or why that was, you know, the thing you were supposed to do. This is how you right the wrong that you've committed. I mean, there's not much that, there's just not much that can be done, you know, in that circumstance. That woman would have been in such a difficult position, you know. Thankfully, we live in a society now where women have more freedom. Kiara asks, do you think a heteronormative dynamic in same-sex couples could also benefit their relationships? If by heteronormative you mean like having roles, yes, I think that generally relationships tend to go better when people know what their role is and they have security in it. Regardless of what the relationship is, I don't even think it just needs to be applied to, you know, romantic entanglements. It can also be friendships, you know. And that isn't to say that you don't have give and take. Obviously, every person, every man and every woman has masculine and feminine traits within them. You know, gender exists as this polarity within us, and we all have, you know, feminine sides and masculine sides. So how this is going to play out may be different in each relationship, but generally speaking, the relationships I've seen that are most successful, one partner tends to be the provider and the other one tends to be the one that takes care of the home and kind of other aspects, and they may trade off or depending on who's good at what, and or who likes to do what task, but really feeling like you have a position in somebody's life tends to strengthen your bond to them. Amy said, oh, thank you, Amy. I agree with you, Terri. I have a very long-term successful marriage. That's awesome. I am happy for you. I didn't show you this, but if any guys out there know how to kill a wild boar with their bare hands, see about Leah. Yeah, I mean, but generally speaking, just from what I've witnessed in my own personal life and in the lives of friends and associates, when there is an understanding of the roles specifically, and in terms of like heterosexual entanglements specifically, when men are in that provider protector position, the relationships tend to be better overall. The women tend to be more content. But I think just a lot of women have forgotten their value and their worth, even women that are feminists. I've seen that a lot too. Like so many, not just myself, but I've seen so many feminists like not really get that their value, that the fact that they add value just by their presence, and the fact that they have they seem to have forgotten that they deserve to be treated in a specific way. And I think also there's other elements of this with the culture, the quote unquote sexual liberation that really just puts people in bondage to their sexuality a lot of the times. So many people like engaging in hookup culture and, believing that this is somehow a liberated way to act, to just take on multiple sexual partners, throughout your life. And I understand it happens, but it really does have an effect. And like a lot of the younger women too, like I'm talking maybe at least 10 years younger than me. I mean, it was bad when I was growing up. There was all this pressure to be, sexually active. Obviously that affected me and my peers, but man, I have met so many young women who like have just slept with so many people that like don't care about them, don't value them, don't respect them even. And they've been told that, this is somehow, I don't know, feminist, and they'll like argue with me about it. And I know I've talked about this for years. They believe that this is somehow empowering for women, and you'll just give them a very, very basic like criticism about it, and they'll just be like, well, some women like that. Well, some women are more like that. And I'm like, are they really though? Because like the women I've known that have had, I guess, that have bought into that stuff the most tend to be the most miserable, tend to be the most unhappy, tend to have the least fulfilling relationships, tend to struggle with all kinds of other issues related. I mean, I know that they're related because I've lived and seen things. So I can extrapolate that, okay, you've had all of these sexual partners and no successful relationships, and, have this void in you. and you're attempting to fill it with all of these worldly things and just becoming more and more empty because of it. You know, the more you try to, it's like you're drinking from the wrong tap, you know? You're thirsty for truth, you're thirsty for real intimacy, you're thirsty for real connection, and you keep drinking from this dry well. You keep pulling up empty cups and like trying to sip something that isn't there. Lindsay E says, what about in lesbian relationships? Can you ask that question just a little bit more? Can you just give me some more information? What are you asking exactly about in lesbian relationships? Are you talking about gender roles, or what are you asking? Y'all, I don't know. Maybe I shouldn't have come on here and talked about this stuff more, but I do feel like, yeah, it's okay to change one's mind. I think that's important too. And it's normal throughout life that people are going to change their minds. They're gonna, you know, like I've said, I'm an experiential learner. Like I can't really learn something unless I'm doing it. Not always. I mean, there are things that I know are just unwise. And now I think with the experience I've had, I'm going to be a lot more able to see through things, because I don't know, like I talked about it, but being in hell for so long, being on that hamster wheel of destruction for so long, when you finally like wake up and come to consciousness again and really kind of have this awareness come through you about what's really going on, you start to see the connections all over the place. Because like I said at the beginning of this video, a lot of these things that I experienced, I see women in all kinds of movements, activist circles, going through the same thing. They're going through the same thing, and they're not getting different results, because it's not about specifically the belief system. You can get sucked into anything and give yourself away in it. You can get lost in anything in the world. There's so many rabbit holes that you can get sucked into. There's so many paths you can go down that lead to destruction. There is this, there is the statement in the Bible that the path towards hell is broad and the path towards salvation is narrow, obviously. And that's very true. Like, if you want to be saved from the lies of the culture, it's a very narrow path that you're going to walk down. Well, this is good news. I like hearing from an older person about this. I am 60 years old and I changed my beliefs, quote unquote, many times. I like how you put beliefs in quotations. And I'm kind of curious though too, like, let me look up the meaning of that word specifically as well. What is a belief? An acceptance that a statement is true or that something exists. Trust, faith, or confidence in someone or something. Okay. And that's fair. That is fair. There are many things that we go through in life that shake our beliefs, that give us doubt. And honestly, like, there's a, excuse me, there is an example here that says his belief in the value of hard work. I mean, I believe that there is value in hard work, but not always. You know, just because something is true in many regards doesn't mean it's always true. And, you know, this is another thing that I kind of have tried to impart on some of the younger women that I interact with. Like, a lot of the times they don't want to accept information from sources which they believe are tainted in some way. And I have to say to them, you know, a broken clock is right twice a day. It's very important to remember that. Do not disregard true information because you don't like the source of that information. That's foolish. We all need to be able to reason for ourselves. You know, we all need to be able to examine reality and come to our own conclusions about it. If you're not able to do that, then you're going to be in a really rough spot mentally, physically, spiritually. Like, if you're not able to do your own reasoning and understand that truth is not dependent upon who is saying it. If something is true, it is. If something is not true, it isn't. And, you know, we have this culture too that like talks about our individual truths a lot of the time. And I think that confuses things as well. It's as if truth has become this individual thing. If you understand what I mean, like, people talk about, well, this is my truth. This is my truth. That's great that you have a truth, but like, is it true? We have to like also come to awareness about that. Just because something is true to an individual does not make it true generally. So, so Amy says, my mother was radical in the early 70s. She even changed. She fought for important things. She was one of the first women to have a credit card with her own name on it, not Mrs. Danny Ferguson. That's awesome. And, you know, this is the thing too, like, that women's liberation was serious. It was very important. It still is very important. You know, we haven't won all the gains that those women were fighting for. And when we talk about like women's liberation, I'm there. Okay. I am there. We are individuals. We are individual human beings. You know, a lot of women, I don't think too, we like realize how dependent women before us were, and how, I mean, we're so lucky. We are so lucky to be women in this time and age and to have these things that they didn't have, like the ability to have a credit card, the ability to open a bank account in your name. You know, can you imagine what life must have been like before then? Or you would have to have like a man's permission, or, you know, I've heard stories about women, they didn't have any like male relatives living in their town, so they would have to get their like male employer to like help them with getting a bank account set up. Like, just ridiculous, patronizing BS. Splits second says, aren't statistically, I think, speaking, same lesbian couples presenting the same rate of domestic violence. This is a topic that I don't really know how to judge. First off, I will say this, I've definitely seen that in lesbian relationships that I've been witness to. I experienced it with one partner, very, very abusive, physically violent. It took a lot for me to actually deal with that situation. That being said, I don't know if it's the same thing as a man hitting a woman. I will say that, I don't think it's the same thing, because men are physically a lot stronger than women are. So it's I don't think it's the same thing. If a woman hits you, hit them back. You know what I mean? But you don't want to get into a physical brawl with a man because he'll pummel you, generally speaking. I know there are tiny men out there. But even so, they're generally built a lot stronger than women, just the proportions of their bodies, the way that muscles are on their bodies. I don't think it's the same crime specifically. I think one of the issues with violence against women as perpetrated by men, or the issues with male violence as radical feminists would name it, is that men are stronger than women and can do so much more damage. And, we still live in a patriarchal society. That is not something that I think is debatable. Regardless, it still is, society does still favor males and is more set up for them specifically. So when we talk about domestic violence, I don't think that violence between women, or even if it's a situation of one lesbian partner being, more violent than the other, I don't think it's the same thing. Although I think, there could be unique issues to it as well. You want to talk about, I also think that lesbians are more aware when something is wrong. So let's just talk about this. Most lesbians are aware of when things aren't right in a relationship, or they're more likely to name something as violent. I think it's violent when somebody is slamming shit in the house. Okay. So or when somebody is being berating or domineering, I just think it's different, Let me tell you, I think that it's a different issue. And honestly, not that I don't think it can be a problem, but I think the problems with it would be different. The other thing, though, too, is I think if it is presenting itself in lesbian relationships, that must be even more isolating, because how do you talk about that? I don't know. And the other thing too, I want to say this, I guess, just to go on about some of the issues with lesbian relationships. Lesbians U-Haul, okay? We've all done it. I don't want to say we've all done it, but I've done it. Lesbians get involved in relationships way too fast, generally speaking, before they've gotten to know someone, before they, actually, they'll be so in love, AKA lust, with an individual, they'll move in with them before they even know who this person actually is. And I think that's something that contributes. I also think that a lot of lesbians have codependent relationships. So I think that a lot of that is due to, I mean, actually needing one another for survival because of financial issues. But I mean, I don't want to go off about like this because it's a complicated issue and I don't really know where these statistics are coming from, who's taking them. I mean, I do hear that thrown out a lot, but I know I've been going on about this for probably like 10 minutes. I just don't think it's the same issue, though, as a man hitting a woman or a man beating a woman. I definitely think it's going to be a lot more of a dangerous, life-threatening situation with the man, I mean, and woman situation. And yeah, but I obviously think, you know, there are probably reasons for why there is domestic violence in lesbian relationships. Like I said, the U-hauling, you know, getting involved in relationships way too quickly, getting way too intimate too fast. I have to say that, like, every relationship that I had with women, it was way too fast, way too much too fast. And, you know, you'd be so intimate so quickly. And then I just like would wake up from the days, you know, and be like, oh, I don't even really like this woman. You know, I don't like who this person is. And that's like a bad feeling. So I think there's a lot of dynamics that can contribute to that. Chelsea says it's still like that in some countries. Yes, it is a lot. I mean, the world is, we still live in a patriarchy, and some women have it a lot worse than others. And I'm very blessed to be living in America for now. I mean, you know, there's obviously a lot of issues here too. Yeah, I don't hear very many stories about lesbians killing their female partners. I'll say that, you know, you don't hear about a lesbian annihilating their whole family. I mean, I think I've heard one story about that, and that was actually, they were kind of local too. That was a freaky story. But anyway, you know, you don't see these kind of cases as much. And, you know, when you record accounts of like women just don't, they're not, even when women are violent, they tend to not be as violent as men. I'd like to see the statistics if they are true. I see a lot of people say that about lesbian couples. Obviously, it's wrong for a woman to hit or abuse another woman, but I really wonder if it's true. Yeah, I hear it all the time. I hear it, but I've never seen where this is coming from. Like, who's taken this study? And it's one of those things. It's like, oh yeah, lesbians they have the highest rates of domestic violence. I'm like, do they though? Like, do they really? Is it really the same thing? It's not, is it? It's not like the life-threatening situation that a woman is facing when she's dealing with male violence, is it? Yeah, Soph says the moving too fast and codependency is a big problem in lesbian relationships. Yeah. So I think that can probably contribute to an environment of, you know, abuse. I'll just say that. So in terms of that, but I mean, I think lesbians are just more aware generally when something is wrong too. Like, they're more likely to understand or report. I think report that something bad happened, you know? Like, I remember I had one relationship with a woman where she kind of like slapped me a little bit and it bothered me. Like, she didn't hurt me. She didn't like hurt me, but she like hit me like, I don't know. It's not, I don't know if I really want to get into it. It was like a little interaction, but it kind of like made me go like, whoa. And maybe it's just because I was hypervigilant, because I did mention I did experience domestic violence in one relationship with a woman that I had. She had a lot of problems, like a lot. And I think too, like women are also more likely to try to work things out and work on themselves than men are. So I think it's hard for me to see it as the same thing. It really is when they talk about this lesbian dating violence or lesbian domestic violence thing. I hesitate to. I mean, I don't think that it shouldn't be taken seriously. Obviously, it should, but I wonder if even the women participating in that, study or those reported statistics, I wonder, it would be just interesting to talk to them about their experiences and how they view it compared to male violence, because I bet a lot of them wouldn't even see it the same way as male violence. I do. I feel pretty strongly about that. Maybe some of them would, for sure, but I think there's just an awareness amongst lesbians of like patriarchy and male violence, even if they're not very politically astute, you know what I mean? Even if they don't have that language, you just notice that they kind of are aware about the way things function, just I think because of their experiences in society generally. Women as a whole have a lot of healing to do, so dating each other is not sunshine and roses. Not like I have to tell you that, but it's true. Right. And yeah, Soph is also in agreement that she would want to hear those stories. Yeah, I mean, just really compare, like, were these women in the same state of fear, about their lives? I don't know. The thing is, too, like, I mean, this culture that we're in impacts all women, regardless of, who they form relationships with. It really does. And I think that intimacy too soon is really common. We talk about hookup culture, like in the context of heterosexuality. It's really common within the lesbian community as well. And I think women tend to jump into things too fast and tend to commit really to people too soon. And a lot of that is born out of the intimacy that takes place way too soon. When women are intimate with someone, they tend to form bonds. And I think that's less likely with men. Not that that can't take place, but men aren't just going to fall in love with someone because they've slept with them, And I think that's more likely with women. Women tend to have, I think they just have hormonal releases, when they have sexual interactions that create that. And it's less common in men. So men are capable of like sleeping with someone and not really having any feelings. And I think that's not talked about either as well, like in this culture as well. Like women are just like thrown to the wolves, and there's something to be said for like, not buying into the lies of this culture that want us to be, hypersexual, intimate with multiple people. That stuff is really, it's a real problem long term, and it breaks my heart to like talk to women that are so much younger than me, and like they'll just tell me like the body count thing. We'll talk about the body count thing. They'll give me some like crazy number, and I'm like, man, I can't even imagine sleeping with that many people in my whole life, you know? And it's common, like, and then, you know, to talk about it as well, like, even if I did have an account that high, which I don't, I wouldn't be telling anyone, you know, because that's, oof, that it's scary to me. I mean, I knew some women and girls when I was growing up that had high body counts, like they hooked up with a lot of people during certain periods of their, like maybe they had a hoe phase, you know, they had a phase where they were being promiscuous. And generally that, you know, ended badly for them. Generally they ended up with like an STI or an STD and like just a lot of heartache and a lot of problems from it. You know, it's not good. And so like just seeing that, you know, in those relationships and then, you know, kind of seeing how, you know, those women though that I knew grow, you know, as I was coming into being a young woman who did have those promiscuous phases, they just don't compare to a lot of like what I see young women talking about and dealing with. And I just, I don't know. I don't know why I'm going off on this tangent, but it is really heartbreaking because I see like, we don't talk about, you know, they talk about like the anxiety, the mental health crisis that so many like women in Gen Z are facing. And I'm like, well, maybe this is, you know, part of it. Maybe this is causing some of those problems. Well, oh, well, y'all are chatting. I met one lesbian who could hook up with a lot of women and catch feelings, but I'm not, do you mean not catch feelings? But I'm not one of those women. I learned that the hard way. Thankfully, I've never been in a relationship with a hookup. Yeah, I don't know, like at this point, like I don't know. That's hard for me. Yeah. Let's talk about this and maybe just throw this out here because like I think about that, like if you can hook up, if you can sleep with a lot of women but not like catch feelings. Yeah, I wonder about that. Like, and yeah, Soph did clarify that she meant not catch feelings. I just wonder about that. Like, how is that? Like, that to me indicates like damage as well. Like, you're supposed to, human beings function best when we are intimate with those that we actually like care about. And we probably should care about someone before we give that to them, you know, before we give ourselves to them. Just throwing that out there. Bitsy asks, they aren't afraid of diseases. I don't know. I mean, I think, you know, people really, people are still very unenlightened about diseases. You know, people are still out here like having unprotected sex, you know, you hear it and then they're still out here like laughing about it. I don't know what's wrong with people, honestly. Like, because let's just put the STIs and STDs aside for a second. Let's just put that aside. Like, what about pregnancy? What about like the emotional turmoil you're putting yourself through being intimate with someone who doesn't care about you? Hey, what you doing? Amy says, do not throw your pearls before swine. So says, I used to think there was something wrong with me because I just can't hook up. I tried and never could do it. I suppose it's a blessing. There is nothing wrong with you. There's something wrong with hookup culture. There's something, you shouldn't be sleeping with people you don't know and you don't have any attachment to. Yeah. Also, as women, let's just say this, like if someone hasn't invested in you, why are you sleeping with them? And this is the thing too, for men specifically, between women and men need to earn pussy. This video is not, YouTube ain't gonna like this video. Excuse me, but you all, I'm not gonna repeat myself, but they're supposed to earn it. They aren't supposed, and women are just giving it away. They're just giving it away. I'm like, they're not supposed, it's supposed to be something that they work for. It's supposed to be something they earn. You don't just give it to them. They're supposed to earn it. Kala says, no one is teaching them. It is damaging. I mean, I try teaching them, but they know more than me. They just roll their eyes and be like, oh, Terri, you're so old-fashioned. You don't understand what it's like. You don't understand what it's like for me nowadays. You don't know what you're talking about. I'm like, okay, hurt yourself. Go keep sticking your hand in the fire. All right, I tried. You know what I mean? Like, I'm like, okay, well, you don't listen to me and see where you are in 5 years. You do what you want. I'm like, okay, that's just my like opportunity to, you know, get a little evil. That's usually what I do. I'm like, okay, well, you follow your own mind then. I tried. I'll give them that little wicked smile, like. Cecilia says, I used to do a body count when I was a teenager and started going out and kissing a lot of people. I used to know exactly who and when, and being so proud of myself, also because I thought I wasn't pretty. Yeah, I think that's part of it, like, too. A lot of the times women are trying to prove their attractiveness because they can, oh, well, I can attract this, or I can bag this, or I got this many. And it's like, men will, I don't know, I'm talking about men or women here, but like, a lot of people are having like hookups with people they aren't even attracted to just to like have another notch in their belt. It's like, sex is supposed to be good. It's supposed to be like good, you know, you're supposed to be into it. You're supposed to enjoy it. Like, just doing it with a bunch of people you don't even know or like, I think Soph is referring back to the woman who was hooking up with a lot of women without catching feelings. She had a lot of mental illness. She was high functioning with anxiety and depression. There you go. There you go. I'm sure she had a lot of other problems she didn't let show because I knew her from work. She was a Virgo, perfectionist, and very hard on herself. She was a Virgo. She should have known better. It's sad when you're trying to get to know a man and they pressure you to sleep with them. It's so common. I mean, they're going to do that. I'll say that. Men are always, every man is going to try and sleep with you. So, I mean, I think this is the other thing. Like, you have to, if you're dealing with them, understand that they're going to try to sleep with you, and you have to figure out your strategy, like how you're not going to sleep with them. Don't let them in your home. Don't go to their home. You know, you only meet them in certain places. You have to, like, as a woman, guard your chastity, as it were. And I mean, if you do choose to sleep with them down the line, make them earn it. And, you know, I've said it straight out to guys like that, you know, were trying to get with me. You know, like I had one guy this past year who was trying to get in my pants, go figure. And I just said to him straight up, I was like, I'm not going to sleep with you. I was like, I don't sleep around. I expect if a man is going to be in my life, he's going to be doing things for me, and he has to earn me, period. He still tried a little bit after that, but I just made it clear I wasn't going to sleep with him if he wasn't doing anything for me. Like, end up. Like, what? Why should I sleep with you? Why should I give you your favorite toy? Because it's their favorite thing. It's their favorite thing. Like, why would I give you that? What are you doing for me? What have you done for me? I mean, that's really how it has to be. It's an exchange. You have to figure out what you're worth, and like, don't give it to them if they haven't earned it. And you know what? They're going to respect you more if you make them earn it. If you make it hard for them. Men like difficult women. I'll say that. Like, some of them will fall off. They'll go for what's easy, and even because you know what, you not sleeping with them makes you different. I will say that as well. A guy has so many options nowadays. He can go on an app, hook up with any random girl. Okay, it's easy. The fact that you're not easy makes you different. It sets you apart. So, like, keep not sleeping with them. They'll be like, oh, you want to go do this? You want to come back to my place? Can I come to your place? No. No. Yeah, but I mean, there's STDs and STIs that you cannot just take a pill for. There's so much out there that still hasn't been cured, like, and apart from that, you could catch. I say, like, on a spiritual level, sexual interaction with someone is a lot deeper than this society makes it out to be. It's a very serious thing to exchange your sexual energy with someone. Like, and if you are having sex with the wrong people, it's going to mess you up. It's going to mess up your life. It's going to put you on the wrong path. So, like, apart from like everything physical that can happen to you, like, you need to be worried about that. Like, this F-boy phenomenon. Don't be sleeping with a guy that doesn't have his shit together, because that's going to affect you. Chelsea says, I learned so much in my human sexuality class in college about pregnancy and diseases that we never learned about that much in high school. High school don't teach you much. Men need to earn kitty. That's right, they do. They need to earn it. They need to earn it, okay? This is what's wrong with society, actually. This is the number one problem in society right now, is that pussy, women are giving it out for free. They're giving out the kitty cat for free. You don't give it out for free. It's not free. It has to be earned, okay? It is a reward, okay, for good behavior. So you wonder why all these men are running out here in society acting crazy. Sex strike. Make them earn the kitty. Kitty needs to be earned. You don't give them kitty for nothing. All right? Yeah, I know about kitty. I don't know much, but I know about the value of a kitty. Calla says it's about low IQ, frankly. I mean, that's part of it. This is another thing. Yeah, don't drink with men. Don't do any of that. Protect your womb. Yes, that too. Yeah. A lot of women having babies with men who are not this is the thing too, like, if he is not responsible enough to be a father, he does not deserve kitty cat. Okay? If he cannot provide for a family, he does not deserve kitty cat. Let's just say that as well. Like, if you end up pregnant by this fool, all right? I mean, just women need to think about this stuff. If he is not somebody responsible that you respect, in this culture, in this society, in this economy, don't be sleeping with them. Don't. It's like we forgot the natural order of things. But it's just like, if you're going to bring another human being into this world, make sure that, at the very least, even if he isn't going to like be your man, like you're going to get some child support out of him. Like he's at least responsible enough of a man to like be able to provide for your freaking child. I mean, I'm amazed. I'm amazed at how like standards in this culture. You need merch. Yeah, that would make a nice t-shirt, or maybe I'll work on that. I'll put that in my Society 6 shop. Would y'all like that? Men need to earn kitty, like a little kitty. Or I could do like kitty must be earned type of thing. Oh, almost knocked over my pens. Do not watch Become an Antinatalist. Yeah, I was talking about this in my last video. I really don't believe in that shit. Put that out there. I do not subscribe to antinatalism. That is a really misanthropic belief. No. I love kids. I love families. Exchanging sexual energy is serious. That's what I really hate about hookup culture. No one seems to be bothered by that. I mean, I think it's intentional. What does society want from you? Not very much. Society wants you miserable, helpless consumer, right? That's what society wants from you. It wants you to be unhappy, spending, working, in debt, enslaved. So why not, be saddled with health problems, kids from different daddies who aren't stepping to the plate and providing for their kids? Like, why not? That's what society wants from you. Wants you miserable, unhappy, in debt, looking externally for validation. Yeah. So why wouldn't it be telling you hook up with whoever? Because where does that path lead? Where does that path of promiscuity lead us? Leads us to destruction, leads us to pretty messed up life. So why wouldn't the culture be pushing that on you if it's going to benefit it? Leah's comment, pornography has greatly influenced, if not created, hookup culture. I mean, I think that's part of it. I do think that's part of it. I think, but I don't know if it's exactly that, because I'm going to put this, like, the real porn users, I mean, the ones that are keeping the industry going, don't seem to be having much sex. Like, this chat, I mean, I know YouTube is not going to like this chat. They're not going to give me any of my ad money because it's too real. But like, yeah, I mean, let's talk about like the men who are enslaved by pornography. I mean, why has it been made free? We'll talk about that. Like, it used to be that you would have to like go out and purchase it, you know, have a little interaction to get it. Now it's just like free, widely available on all your devices. And it drains these men and women, because some women are, you know, getting addicted to it as well. And it destroys their sexual function. I mean, I said this before, but you can tell when someone is a porn user. Like when you go to sleep with them, it's very apparent, male or female. It is so apparent right away. I mean, they cannot hide it. There is so little passion. There is so little connection, and it's all very rhythmic and routine. And you know what else? You know what else? Like, there's a lot of dysfunction in it. You know, guys often are like premature, you know, girls often like require a million effing things to get to the finish line. Like, it's really bad. It's really like, if you're dealing with somebody who's having like dysfunction, meaning like they're getting there way too soon, or they need like a million effing stunts before they can get there, it's likely that they're struggling with some kind of addiction to that stuff. But anyway, I don't think it's necessarily the same thing. I mean, I think it's part of the culture, but I don't think that a lot of the times, like a lot of them don't have the energy or the stamina to even like go out and try to find an actual other human being to like have sex with a lot of the times. I mean, not always, but you are seeing that like a lot of them like just completely lose interest in even sleeping with another person. What do you think about women who split the bills 50-50 or pay 50-50 for their dates? I think they're dumb. I think they're dumb. I think they don't know their value. I think they don't know their worth. I think that they are, a lot of them are traumatized too. Like, a lot of them expect the worst out of men, and they think if they pay for it, that the man is going to respect them, when the opposite is true. I think that, you know, this is the thing, and I said it earlier in this live stream, women are the prize, okay? You're the prize. You're the valuable one. You're the treasure. You're the thing that is to be won. Why on earth would you pay? Your time is valuable. Your presence is valuable. He needs to earn you. He needs to earn you. It's not a date. That is not a date. Okay? And you know what? The other thing that pisses me off about that, I go out to eat with friends. They pay for me. I pay for them. Sometimes we pay for, you know, ourselves. Like, sometimes we'll split it. But, you know, if I haven't seen a friend for a long time, I often will pick up the whole bill. That's me to another woman who I am not sleeping with. If I can do that, why can't a man pay for the bill? Well, what, you know, like, the standards have really gotten low. They've gotten real low. You know, I'm not down with that. I think men also, it's so much easier for men to earn money. Men get into so many jobs a lot easier than women do. They have a lot more options and ways to earn money. Like, you know, they make a lot more money than women do on average. Why are you splitting the bill? Why are you splitting the bill? Like, it's gross. It's gross. It's, and I, you know, I don't like it. I don't think it's smart. I think it sets you up for disaster. Also, he needs to be spending money on you. The more money he's spending on you, the less money he has to spend on other bullshit. He needs to be impressing you. He needs to be showing you that he can provide for you and your possible family and your home. Like, again, they have to earn the kitty. They have to earn the kitty. They don't get the kitty for free. That's just basically giving it for free. Like, I don't know why I would do that. I don't know why women do that. And then pay the bills. Split the bills 50-50. If you're going to split the bills, get a roommate. Because you don't have to sleep with a roommate. Why would you have a man in your home that you're spreading your legs for and you're splitting the bills? Like, a lot of women just don't realize what they're worth. That's what I see it as. It's like you don't recognize your worth. And I think it's, I mean, I don't want to say this like, what do you think about women who do that? I think they're deluded. I think they don't know their value. I think somebody tricked them. I think they're suffering from a whole host of problems. Like, this is the thing. Like, if you have a man in your home that ain't being a man, what's the point? What's the point? Like, I don't see why you would spread your legs for a guy who isn't capable of providing for you. You know what I mean? Like, I don't see why you would give a man so much. You know, you are worth more than that, I guess. And I think that women who fall into that are suffering from a lot of mistaken beliefs. You know, Amy, I don't think there's anything wrong. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. You don't have to save yourself for marriage if you don't want to, but you definitely need to make them earn it. You know, you can't just be giving it up for nothing, you know? Well, I think we have a fundamental disagreement about the nature of reality, because I think that souls are desperate to come to Earth, and the only way that souls come through Earth to Earth is through the womb. So I think we have a very different belief about reality. I think we all wanted to come here, and I think that, yeah, I don't, these people who have, I mean, this is a very infantile mindset. Like, I didn't choose to get born. Tough. Yeah, you did. Yeah, you did. And you need to wake up and realize you did and get with it. And you know what? I mean, I find this, like, just as a person with a disability, I find this kind of like crap really irritating. Like, life is full of beauty and wonder, and this realm is one of duality. There is suffering here, but there's also joy. You can't have one without the other. You have to accept that it's imperfect. We come here to learn lessons, okay? And we have to experience suffering to do that. Kala says, I've been thinking about that lately. Hope there's no past partner energy in me. I mean, I think there is. You know, when you share yourself with someone, you're going to have some of their energy. And like, I know, honey, too. I look back at some of the choices I've made in partners and just been like, God, they were so not worth me. You know what I mean? Like, and I was like, oh, I can't believe you know, but you can't get stuck there. Just take the lesson and move on and do better next time. You know, look at what you didn't like about that situation, that person, and like, go forward. Why not adopt girls instead of bringing more oppressors? What in the hell is your image? Yo. What's going on in that picture? I don't think adoption is a good thing. I'll say that. I think adoption, the industry itself, is kind of a baby selling racket. And I think that generally children tend to do better with their birth parents or their families. I mean, I know that isn't always the case. There are exceptions to that rule, but I think more should be done to make it so that women can keep their children, because there is a lot of trauma that happens to not only the children that are placed for adoption, but also, women who have to give up their babies. It's generally a very heartbreaking thing. So I think that if we can do more to keep, children with their mothers, that would be a better thing overall. "14 years celibate, though, don't mind saying." Honey, you're probably fine. I wouldn't worry about past, partner energy. Your cells, you have to just figure your cells regenerate every 7 years, right? So you're probably good. Honey, you can get out of debt. I know it sounds difficult and they don't make it easy, but trust me, where there's a will, there's a way. And maybe it would be good to, speak to a financial planner and come up with a plan, a way of getting out of debt. Like maybe you could make some investments, you work your job, put money aside, or like come up with some sort of payment plan. I have a friend who paid off her college loans, and she went to a very expensive university. It was local, but it still cost a lot. And trust me, you can do it. Okay. You're not going to be in debt forever. There is a light at the end of the tunnel. And maybe even trying to set up another stream of income might be good. Multiple streams of income is a good idea if you want to get out of debt. It's not easy, but trust me, that degree, I know it may be a good thing for you. I don't know though. You don't always, I will say this, you don't always need a degree to be successful, but don't feel discouraged. Okay. There's hope. It's like this mindset to me is just, I cannot deal with the anti-life mindset. It's prevalent everywhere. It's like in the anti-natalists, it's prevalent amongst so many activists. You see it with the vegans, you see it with the feminists, you see it with the climate change people. They're all just so anti-life, and it's not really it's just ridiculous. I'm sorry, I don't mean to put that up there. It was though, past is prologue. Do you think porn equates sexuality with violence towards women? In the old days, porn was Playboy. Things have really escalated horribly. I think a lot of it is very violent. I think that, honestly, even if it was just, mild, quote unquote, tame recordings of people having sex, I still feel like there's something innately harmful about it. Okay, so yeah, a lot of it is violent. A lot of people want escalated violence in it. They see that, they get addicted to that, they become, they start to equate it more and more. But like, I feel very strongly that, again, I mean, and I think it's just tied to objectification of human beings, period. Like, sex is meant to be an intimate act that we share, out of feelings of love, respect, tenderness. It's meant to be something that is this genuine way we express that. And it's the way that we create life. It's the way that we blend our energies with other people. It's the way that we like transcend for a moment this reality, and we remember our connection to one another. I mean, it's very deep. And when we take it and we strip it of that and we make it this kind of one-dimensional thing that is about getting off, I really think there's something about that that's harmful and violent, and that degrades the people involved. It degrades ourselves. I mean, that's just how I feel about it. Like, just to get to the nitty gritty of it, we can talk about how violent it is, how horrible the acts are, how disgusting it's gotten over the years. But like, in reality, like, the concept itself, there's something about it that is problematic. I don't know. Why do kids have smartphones? I mean, I don't have kids. I'm probably not going to have them, but you know what I mean? Like, I cannot imagine buying my kid a smartphone. Like, do they need it? Do they really? I bet they fucking do. I bet, like, honestly, I don't know how people have kids in this culture. Like, you have to just have them and then give them to the culture, pretty much. It's what it seems like. It seems to be like everything in society is trying to like pull kids away from their families and like the values of their parents. It seems very difficult for parents to instill like their actual values in their kids with the way the culture just is run. I don't know. And it's like, it seems like if you want to be, have a shot in hell of like instilling that in your kids, you need to raise them in a very specific way that is difficult. It's sad to me. It really is. Dang, I need to catch up with this conversation. Well, I will not happily debate you. I'm not going to debate this. I said what I said. I don't debate. I don't debate. I said what I said. What's there to debate? You're not like, come on. I mean, I think life is suffering. I'll put that like, there is no way to not suffer in this reality. You are going to suffer at some point, whether it be mild or whether it be like horrifically. I suffer every day. I have a condition which gives me chronic pain. Okay. Do you know what it's like to deal? I mean, I've dealt with it, but I still enjoy life. I still make the most of it. I still understand the preciousness of it. I still think it's beautiful. I still smile when I see children. I still am happy when people bring children into the world. There's hope in it. Without children, there is no future. Okay, there's no future to society. And I just think, it's a blessing. I used to have that mindset. I used to have this, I had this mindset, and it's a mindset that is just totally, uh, I can't even with it anymore. Like I don't agree. I don't see it. I don't reckon with it. I don't You're free to believe whatever you want to believe, but it's like, and then it's like you want to debate about it. You want to debate about it. I don't even have kids, I'm probably not going to have them. I don't even, I mean, I probably am still fertile, but like I wonder about like the viability of my womb given like my physical condition. So it's just like, whatever. This realm is one where we suffer, but I like I said, I think souls come here, they beg to come here. And it's not just like, it's not just like human souls. I mean, you think about like all the other fourth dimensional beings that try to oppress and possess and control human behavior. It's just like, why? It's because you can do so much here. But anyway. I live in Mumbai for 4 months out of the year for business. It is the richest and poorest place I've ever been. People want to be on the planet there. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Like, there's no light without dark. There's no rich without poor. There's no joy without pain. There's no connection without, isolation. It is what it is. This is the reality we're in. Yeah, if you have kids, they're going to suffer. They could suffer horribly. They also could have great joy. They could go on to have kids of their own. They could go on to do great things. It's about having hope. It's not wrong to hope. It's the most beautiful thing there is. I don't know. I just should stop the conversation, honestly. I'm done with it. So says Bill Gates doesn't let his kids have smartphones. Says a lot. It does. Yeah. I agree. Honestly, because you see like the proliferation of like so much in this culture that I think has a lot to do with kids being exposed to things before their reasoning faculties are even developed. You think about like Tumblr culture and how many people like got sucked into that. I mean, a lot of the different just crazy belief systems that are out there nowadays really come from that. And like there are other places too. It's prevalent on TikTok now. I've recently fell down like the fat acceptance TikTok rabbit hole. Like there's so much miseducation on the internet, and it's really, kids are going to gravitate towards things that they identify with, and they can get sucked in so easily to like a lot of stuff that is just nonsense. It's bad. I mean, I was on the internet before I was 18, so, but it definitely had an impact on me too. No lie there. But the internet was different when I was younger too. It was a lot better. I'll say that. Yeah, I mean, I think that's true for a lot of eras, I don't think this is a new phenomenon. I think it existed before us. I just try to give them as much good energy as I can, you know? And is there anything more lovely than a happy baby? You know, just a baby that's smiling. It's the most wonderful thing in the world to be exposed to. Jesus Christ. Good God. I mean, look at that. That's your comments are unhinged. Like, really. That's all I have to say. That shit is unhinged. Like, and this is the thing. That's like that's the world. If that is your worldview, I mean that's what people see. It's like with the climate change freaks. Like they're just like fucking like the world's gonna end. It's like the world is always ending. The world is always ending and getting reborn. Like God, yeah, you know, like I remember dealing with someone years ago who was just like convinced that the world was going to end by now, like just convinced, and like had all these like just different like was just convinced. And you know what, that kind of shit paralyzed her from like living her life, you know. Even if that shit is true, even though there is suffering in the world, even though like there's all of this shit is out of our control. All right. Like just live your life and try to experience the joy you can in this world, because like, yeah, there's real suffering out here, you know, but you don't have to suffer on purpose. A lot of people make themselves miserable suffering on purpose, just choosing to focus on the bad in the world. Like there's a lot of good here too. There's a lot of good here. There is so much good in this world. Like people would rather focus on the fact that, like, you know, I feel, and I don't know what, yeah, and I'll say this too, like a lot of the people that have this mindset that I've dealt with were also atheists. I'll just say that as well. That to me is a red flag at this point, because like the separation from like God, from divinity, from the soul, it like just makes people miserable, and it makes them feel like, you know, all that there is in the world is suffering. It's like, yeah, there's suffering, but there's also overcoming. There's also happiness. There's joy. There's beauty. You know, most of us, it really astounds me, because it's like most of us are living in great circumstances compared to like a lot of what people go through in the world. And yet you choose to focus on the bad instead of enjoying the fact that you have access to so much good. You have access to so much beauty, happiness, joy, and you choose to make yourself miserable, focusing on things that are out of your control, that are going to exist regardless of whether you know, make yourself miserable or not. But it's a choice, you know. This is the thing too, like a lot of people don't realize suffering is a choice. You can be sick and choose to be happy. You can be sick and choose to feel joy. A lot of the people who suffer the most see the beauty in life the clearest. You know, you don't really appreciate the sun until you haven't seen it for many, many days. I can't tell you, like, yesterday it was slightly warm out, a little bit like partly sunny. Oh my God. I tell you, I went outside and I just was so happy and so alive, and I took in every moment of it. It's like, it's been so cold and so wet for so long that just having that small little break, it's like it made it so much more clear to me, and it filled me with so much life. And it's like, you know, things can be bleak in life, things can be dark. And, you know, I'm somebody, like I said, who suffers daily. You know, I go through things that most people wouldn't be able to handle, but I'm full of joy. I'm full of happiness. I'm full of love of life. You know, you can go through miserable things and still love life. You want to make it either or. You could be sick and dying and still have loved your life. Okay, Leo. Here's another crazy ass comment. Look at this. You can't even breathe? A lot of people make their suffering worse by how they choose to perceive life. Yeah. If you choose to have a pessimistic outlook and you only choose to see what's bad instead of what you can do, yeah, you're going to make your situation worse. A lot of people make it worse. A lot of people suffer more in their own minds than they do in reality. I didn't say that all of it's a choice, but a lot of it is. Don't you know their lives there? Do you mean your life there or their lives there? I know. If I were you, I would focus on seeing how to escape your country. Instead of being on here, you know, chatting in my chat, I would be looking at chatting with someone who would be able to get me out of my country. I would be looking at going to school. You know, there are a lot of Saudi women that go to school in my city. I've met quite a few of them. I'd be looking at trying to do something like that. I'd be looking at trying to find me a husband in another country, getting that green card. This chat is about me. And you know what? I think at this point, I think we're done with this individual. What do y'all say? Do not watch is out of the chat. I'm done with that. Imagine coming into somebody's live stream and calling them narcissistic because they won't adopt your fucked up worldview, which is anti-life and is miserable. Imagine calling someone a narcissist because they aren't as miserable as you are. People are fucking crazy out here. You know that? It's fucking crazy. I'm sorry that I enjoy myself. It's not all about you. No, it's just like you don't want to listen to someone who suffers and still enjoys life. I hate that shit. It's so fucking rude. It is so rude. Why are people so fucking rude? Like, I'm telling you, you can suffer and still enjoy life. You can suffer and still smell the flowers and still enjoy the beauty in this world. I'm telling you, you can go through fucked up shit and still love life. It's not all terrible. It's crazy. It's crazy. I'm living in the USA. Like, this is the other thing. Like, if you're free to express yourself, if you're free to like drive, have your own credit cards, travel, why the hell do people like lock themselves in? And this is the thing too with like the climate change weirdos. I've met several which are just like the world's gonna end, the world's gonna end. Like, okay. And like instead of living their life to the fullest, they just become total crazy ass shut-ins that are like afraid to go outside. I'm like, if the world's going to end in a couple years, shouldn't you be living life to the fullest? Because that's what I'm going to do. Right? If that is the case, all right, if that is the case, which I don't believe it is, but if that is the case, shouldn't you be doing everything? Shouldn't you be doing everything you possibly can to enjoy your life? Everything. If life is miserable, like, shouldn't you be doing everything you can to get the most out of it? If it's all going to end, if it's all horrible, shouldn't you just enjoy it more? Like, it's how you look at things really determines a lot. Not everything is in your control. But like, damn. Lady Solidarity says, suffering led me to a life of gratitude. Me too. I felt bad for myself for many years. And then I started to like count my blessings, counting your like a lot of people don't realize how rich they are. A lot, like think about it. You have food. You have electricity. You have internet access. You have books. You're literate. You have a job. You have ways of expressing yourself. You have the ability to develop yourself further. You have skills. You have access to so many things to do. You have parks. You can go out in public. Like, you've got clean air. You've got clean water. You've got hot water. You have plumbing. You have air conditioning. A lot of people have all these things. They have so much. And they're like, you have a smartphone. You got like all this technology. You got so much. You got so much. Anytime you feel bad for yourself, it's amazing. Gratitude is one of those things that will pull you out. Okay. Look around when you start to feel like miserable, you're suffering, you're having a rough ass time in life. Like, look around you and start counting your blessings. I tell you what, like I have, man, I think about it, or, I can just look out my window sometimes and like see people that are homeless because, where I live. I have a home. I have a roof over my head. I have regular access to like plumbing, to being clean. I have all of this stuff. Man, it's so, you can take it for granted, or you can just look at your life and be like, wow. When I really take a look around and think about everything that I have, it humbles you. It puts you in your place really quick. It really puts you in your place really quick. the life I'm living, my ancestors could only dream about, they could, I just think about that. Like, what did my ancestors go through? Like, what were their lives like? They toiled, they slaved, they had so much, they did so much, and they had so much less than I have. I have more leisure time than they do. I have the ability to be creative. Yeah. Gratitude, like, you can focus on what's bad, or you can look around and be like, man, counting your blessings. When you start to like look at all the blessings in your life and actually see them and just be like grateful for them, it's so good. It humbles you. Chelsea says, pay attention to what you can control versus what you can't. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, too. Like, the thing with the feminism thing, to bring it back to the topic that I started at, like, that was a big part of it for me, too. Like, letting it go was like, man, there's all these horrible things that happen to women all over the world that I can't do a damn thing about, and that are going to continue once I'm gone. Am I going to allow that to like run my life? Am I going to allow the fact that these bad things happen ruin my joy? Keep me from having the life I want. Amy says, everyone should visit India if they can. Man, I have never had any desire to go to India. That always looked messed up. And once I saw that, what was that program called? An Idiot Abroad. I was like, yep, that looks like what I expect India to be like. Like, just, I would be miserable. I would be effing miserable. Like, and that's where a lot of people in this world live. A lot of people live there. A lot. And so many of them are so desperately poor. You think about that, and it's just like, why would I not enjoy my life to the full extent I can? I could have been, it was a roll of the dice, and I'm lucky, and I'm going to enjoy it, and I'm going to like, just be grateful for what I have. The ancestors really suffered. I had this conversation with someone on New Year's. I wish I could see that guy again. He's a beautiful soul. Yeah. I mean, if you just like compare your life to like the previous generations, you start to like really put it in perspective. In my experience, like thinking about what my grandmother went through in her life. Sometimes I think about that. Like, both of my grandmothers had 6 kids, and just the kind of lives they had to live, their struggles, just 2 generations, 2 generations ago. I honestly think that like the life I'm living is like one that they dreamed of, total freedom. I mean, obviously I'm not like totally free, but compared to them, the freedom I have is unbelievable. Like, the stresses they had, I don't have. The responsibilities they had, I don't have. I get to just, live my life. I'm in charge every day. I don't have to answer to a man. I don't have to run after kids. I'm free comparatively. And I'm sure there's things in their lives that were really beautiful and wonderful. And I'm sure they thought the same things. They probably looked at their lives and like, when they got dissatisfied, I'm sure they could think back to their grandmothers and be like, wow, I'm doing good. you know, because I looked up like my great grandmother on my mother's side. This woman had 12 children, y'all. 12. She gave birth 12 times. Can you imagine that? Like, and that was commonplace. That was what they went through. Like, I can't even imagine. I mean, you've been pregnant most of your like fertile years. It sounds horrible. It sounds horrible. Like, you just think about that. You just think about that and how much our lives have improved. And like, you know, think about the fact, you know, what, I don't know, like, I'm an American, so I have that particular experience. But a couple of years ago, I was doing my family tree, and I was, you know, learning about different ancestors. And one of the reasons for this that I found was that they were offering, or there was this company that was offering Irish citizenship. Like, you could get dual citizenship in Ireland if you had a great grandparent that was an Irish citizen. So I was like, interesting. My great grandfather emigrated from Ireland on my mother's side. So I was interested in looking up his story, you know, where he came from, you know, that kind of establishing that, because I was like, well, maybe this would be something good to have in my pocket. You know, a dual citizenship is, as far as I'm concerned, that why wouldn't you, if you could have dual citizenship? So yeah, I was looking into that a bit. Unfortunately, I don't qualify. He did emigrate, so he became a US citizen. But anyway, it was really interesting for me. And I did this kind of, I mean, y'all know what I'm like. Y'all know I'm psychic. And I do ancestral work. And so I like reached out to him specifically, that particular ancestor. And I asked him about why he came to this country. Like, I was like, why the hell did you come here? And it was like during a time when, you know, things seemed really bleak in this country. And I guess I was just kind of like trying to understand like why I'm here. You know, I think a lot of Americans don't understand why they're here specifically. Like, they don't realize that there was a purpose to their being here. A lot of them are lost in that way. So yeah, I kind of interrogated his spirit about it, and he did answer me. Like, I heard his voice in my head, like I got response. And he basically told me, like, you know, he looked at the possible life before him if he stayed in Ireland, and he had an adventurous spirit, and he thought, you know, he could make something more for himself living in the US. And so he came here, and he did. Because he knew what his path was going to be if he stayed home, right? He knew what was before him, but he didn't know what was before him if he took a chance and came to a new land. So I just, that kind of gave me pause, because I didn't expect a response, but I got it. And it made me think, like, you know, I'm really taking for granted what I have. I'm taking for granted there are reasons like why I'm here. Like, I'm here for a reason. And part of that reason is because he came here. And you know, the other ones came here as well, like when they did. So anyway, I just thought, you know, I don't know why I went there with this, but it's just, even if you like don't get a response, I mean, you'll get it. If you ask, things will be revealed to you. Okay. You just have to know how to listen. It doesn't necessarily come in the form of like hearing a voice, obviously. but it can come in so many different ways. The messages, they come in all kinds of ways. If you ask, for reasons, if you ask for that information, you're going to get it. And that information will help you understand and put things in perspective. It really does. And then you're able to I don't know, to me, it did something. It was okay, it helps me stop taking for granted everything I have. It helps me to see clearly how blessed I actually am. And I think, we have a problem where we have so many people living in, such incredible wealth and privilege who are miserable, and they're making themselves miserable. That's a problem. And it's mental. If you think yourself into misery, you can think yourself out of it. And a lot of people don't realize that they're making themselves miserable just by accepting beliefs that are flawed and that are not beneficial to them in any way. What good does it do? What good does it do to be focused on the misery when you could be focused on the joy? I hate that. I just glum ass people that make themselves miserable, and then they want to make you miserable too. It's just so crazy. It's misery cannot stand to be on its own. You notice that? They have to spread it. They just have to spread it, and they do it by being abusive and acting like they have the truth. It's true, therefore you must be miserable too. I don't care if it's true, because it doesn't seem like it's true. Because if it were true, if the truth is supposed to set you free, and you're a slave. Oh, damn, Lady Solidarity. Yeah, it's funny too. Grandmas are some of the most graceful people. They have fucking grace. A lot of people too, don't have grace. You notice that? That's something that really is lacking in this culture. Just grace, acceptance. They knew the life was different then. They accepted what life gave them. Doesn't mean they were never unhappy, but it's a lot of people don't, they have everything, and yet they have nothing, because they don't have the grace of accepting what life has given them. It's pretty wild. That's so true. I concur. Everything is borrowed in this world. You come into it with nothing and you leave with nothing. Everything that we have in our life is borrowed. We want to believe it's ours, and it's not. It's something that we're given, and we only have it while we're here. That's it. And Amy says, misery loves company. Yes. It has to spread. It's infectious. It's like a virus. They're infected. You have to see that. I did that video about miserable people. If you haven't seen it, if you have not seen my video about staying away from miserable people, go watch it. Honestly, it is a virus. It seeks to replicate itself. It seeks to infect others and spread. It's so funny, because you have people facing death with more happiness than these people who are in the peak of health, making themselves miserable. I mean, They won't last that way for long. They're going to make themselves sick. Thinking that way will make you sick. Thinking miserable thoughts will bring about sickness because it's unwell. A lot of people don't realize that. Like they actually put their bodies under so much stress from the messed up way they think. Like it raises their cortisol. It makes them so sick. And then it manifests as like a health problem, which then, further increases their misery. Where it's just like, you could just let those thoughts go. I mean, bad thoughts are going to come. Bad feelings are going to come. It's normal to feel sad. It's normal to feel unhappy. It's normal to go through those. But it's like a feeling is just supposed to be temporary. It's all supposed to be temporary. Joy is temporary too. All feelings are temporary. We're not meant to live in them forever. We need to let them go. We need to let them inform us and then let them go. Some feelings are going to, nod us a bit more than others. Let that inform you, then let it go. Have grace, let it go. It's true. I mean, y'all, I say this, I firmly believe, a lot of what I've gone through is psychic, spiritual, mental. A lot of it was down to that. And, once it's manifested in the body, it's a whole different playing field. So, please listen to my cautionary tale. Enjoy life. Smell the roses. Do not be miserable. Don't try to make other people miserable. Don't get sucked into miserable belief systems that are just, all about suffering. It's there's more to life than that. Really. If you're, you're locked, you make your world dark and small when you do that. You really do. You really do. It's just, ooh. No need to do that. Yeah. Those kind of hobbies they really do something. There's something, those kind of timeless hobbies, they connect you with previous generations. There's something about it. It's really healing. And creation, there's nothing more wonderful than creating, just to pull something out of yourself. There's something about it. There's nothing like it. It does wonderful things for you. It's what we're here to do. We're here to create, we're here to create. We're here to learn lessons. And it's fun, when we have something in front of ourselves that's I did that. I made that with my work, with my hands, with my mind. That's something that I brought into this world. It's beautiful. So said entities. Yeah. A lot of people don't realize that they're under influence. I've been there, where I was clearly being influenced by you know what I mean? Gotta get out of that. You have to start to recognize when something is, if it's anti-life, if it's anti-human, if it's making you hate other human beings, there's something ungodly about that. There's something wrong with that. You may be under, that's the thing, with that individual today in the chat, honestly, I'm just going to pray for that person. Honestly, that's all we can do. Y'all, I don't know who that person is. I don't know what they're going through, what they're experiencing, but like, it is my sincere hope and wish that they come out of that darkness, that they see the light, that their mind be transformed and renewed through truth, and that they come to see the beauty of existence before it's too late, and that they not let their life be taken over by this darkness. You know? The jinns are quite an interesting phenomenon, and maybe I could do a video about them another time. Studying them, learning about them is pretty interesting. They're called different things in different cultures, but like, there's a lot that people don't recognize. That, if there's this heavy weight on you, if you feel a heavy weight on you when you're talking, like I talked about in my last video, the feeling of pain, the feeling of heaviness, that is spiritual oppression, okay? And coming out of it is, you got to come out of it. People often don't realize that they're not in the driver's seat. You have to be in the driver's seat. I do recommend, like, those of you watching aren't familiar with this stuff, like, look into it, because it's, this is a spiritual realm, and there's a lot of unseen things going on in this realm that we're not aware of. And a lot of people don't recognize a lot of the times how influenced they are by what is unseen and the agendas out there. I mean, a lot of these anti-life agendas, like, they have, who does it serve? I mean, we have to, like, really look at it. Like, who does it end up serving? And come back to what is in the word, which is that we are to be fruitful and multiply, and that it's a good thing, And this doesn't mean that everyone is to have children, but, like, you know what I mean? Like, if the ideology is one of death, that ultimately us not being here is good. I mean, how do people's minds get so warped into thinking that the very opposite of what is good is good? Like, total annihilation of humanity is what is good. Never having us here, despite the fact that, we are us. That's wild to me. A lot of people know, I don't know what's going on with them, but I honestly think it's spiritual oppression. A lot of people are under the influence of things that they're not aware of. And this is the importance of having a spiritual life. Music is very healing. I agree, Matt. I love music. I love music. Love music. It's the best thing on earth. It's so healing. It's so beautiful. It's so wonderful. I love going, man, when I'm in it, just that feeling of transcendence from it too, I like to go to concerts for this very reason. I love to see live music. I love like worship time at church, where we sing hymns or like songs are performed. There's something about being in a room of people where music is played, and that live experience. It's unlike anything else. It is so powerful. It is so good for us. It is so good for us. There's that Bob Dylan song, you're gonna have to serve somebody. I think people need to ask themselves that, like, ultimately, what is the logical conclusion of my beliefs? Okay, what is the logical conclusion of my beliefs, and who does it serve? Who does it ultimately serve? Does it serve goodness? Does it serve truth? Does it serve God? Or does it serve the devil? Does it serve freedom or enslavement? Maybe that's a better way of putting it. For some people who are uncomfortable with, accepting the existence of God, does this liberate you or does it enslave you? Does this confuse you or does this free you? Okay? Because God does not confuse us. That which is true is not confusing. It does not make you like, it frees you. Okay? The truth frees you. It does not enslave you. If you are enslaved, miserable, unhappy, miserable. Misery is enslavement. I mean, I was watching this video with a Catholic priest recently who is an exorcist, okay? Don't ask me how I came across this video. It got recommended to me, and I was like, and it was like examples of how the devil gets a foothold. And basically he was talking about how people became possessed, that he had performed exorcisms on. And yes, abuse is one of the ways that people develop demonic attachments or that kind of thing. I mean, it will bring it into your life. Oh, and I'm getting chills just talking about it. And I don't know what this individual's story is, and I don't want to make an example of them, even though they were in this chat being rude to multiple people. Like, that may be the case, Like I said, if you pray or if you believe in good intentions, just like, let's remember to add this individual and anybody else, in this chat. If anybody else would like that, dealing with it, struggling with misery, struggling with bondage, like, you want prayers, let me know. Like, I will pray for you tonight. And other people here will as well. Like, it's real out here, what people deal with. But yeah, I mean, that was something that the priest had talked about, like abuse. And in my case too, like, I was traumatized and abused. I suffered through that. That's what led me into like the dark pit of despair and misery and wrong thinking that was so diluted, and so misery spreading. Of course it'll lead you there. Like, thank goodness though, thank goodness that it's not, we don't have to be stuck there though. We do not have to be stuck there. Freedom is possible. Freedom is possible. Liberation is possible. Healing is possible. But we have to understand that, like, that we have been blinded by it. This is the thing, darkness will blind you. You have to see the light. You have to come to awareness. You have to come to awareness that your world has been darkened and that there is light out there that you can see. And you have to search for it. You have to ask for it. I think a lot of people deal with this experience. And yeah, I mean, I dealt with it. I've talked with other people who dealt with it. We want to believe that, like, an omnipotent, all-knowing, all-powerful God would interfere, would stop something bad from happening to us, right? That's something that we just, our minds can't comprehend. And it's like, we have free will, and this world is fallen. It's described. We humans have fallen. And the purpose is to get us back to that state of glory and grace. But we are not in that. I mean, it's hard to talk about. It's not, I don't think it's easy. But the reality is, like, I mean, I think too about like how long I was in darkness, how long I was in misery, how long I was apart from God, that there were so many things I learned as well there, that like, as I come back to faith, as I come back to connection with God and with the Lord, I feel like, wow, this darkness I was in helps me to see what other people are going through and to understand. And I do think that this realm was created the way it was for a purpose, and there's more that I don't understand than I do understand. But it's, to me, it just makes me sad, It makes me sad that we put this on God and expect him to like just make the world perfect when we've always known that it's not. We get angry, and I think maybe that rebelliousness is part of the process too. I mean, how many of us have been angry at our parents? We're angry at our parents for so many people are still angry at their parents for bringing them to the world. Like, I didn't ask to be born. Like, and why don't we just do the best with what we have? Why don't we just have grace? Have some fucking grace and like accept and try to like, despite all of this, like see the good in life and see the good in the world. Jordy LaForge asks, were you brought up Christian or did you convert? That's kind of a difficult question to answer. Okay, so I had family that were Christian. My uncle's family were very strict religious, okay, growing up, and I was always a little bit scared of them. My father was not religious, although he did sometimes take me to church periodically. So I met the Lord very early on. I knew about Jesus very early on. I learned, certain things. I have memories, of going to church, even though my father wasn't really participating in it. He did participate later on when I decided to join a church later on. But there were many years growing up that it wasn't a part of my life. So I remember very, very early on, like I was probably like 4 or something. I have memories of church and the Sunday school teacher that I met and the hymns we sung. And, I then spent, the only times I would go to church is if I was staying with my uncle's family. And then, I don't know, I made a friend when I was like, I think 7 or 8, named Jenny. And her father was a deacon in a church, and she invited me to start going to church with her. And I did. And I loved the church. And I ended up joining the church. I ended up getting baptized when I was 9. So I became a Christian around that point. My father ended up joining the church for a while, although I don't think my dad, how do I put this? He never became a Christian. He never really committed himself to God. I don't think he ever came to faith. You know what I mean? And later on in life, he identified as a pagan. So he ended up having issues with the pastor of that church. And, I had some issues as well. So we ended up leaving that church. And then after that, I would periodically attend a church, although not every Sunday, in my neighborhood. And that was nice, but I never really felt comfortable there. My dad didn't want to attend church anymore. He was done. So it was awkward for me as a child going by myself. I never really went. And then I identified as a Christian for many years until I became a teenager. And then I got kind of drawn into the occult, basically, and have been there ever since. So until probably about 2020, when I started to feel like pulled back to faith in, I guess, my Christian faith. So that's kind of my experience. And like I said, I'm still figuring it out, but I do feel like, there was a period of time, so I got into the occult as a teenager, and then in my early 20s, I had a brief period of time where I was an atheist, but even at that time, I remember I used to go into this Christian Stickum chat, and just because they were nice people, and I had Christian people in my life who would periodically would show up and help me or look after me in some ways, assist me. And so I feel like there was something in me that was always kind of drawn to that, even though I had a lot of anger at God. I had a lot of that thing that we talked about, how could you, let me go through so much? Why is my life like this? Just all that self-pitying crap. Anyway, so I don't know. I don't think it's a conversion, really. I don't feel like it's a conversion. I mean, for many years, I've known that the Bible was very revealing and had a lot of truths in it, even during my time in, I think, honestly, I'll say this too, forming a relationship with the Santísima Muerte, years ago, I'll say this, when I was living in Yuma, Arizona, I met this spirit, and she is death. I met her before. I'd known her for a long time, but I met her, she revealed herself to me. I actually saw a manifestation of her. After learning about her, I began to work with her and, venerate her. And she still is a part of my life, although not to the extent before. Before I ever came back here to Portland, Oregon, I actually had a vision that she gave me of a temple or a church, and she was on the side of it. And I don't know, I've actually found there is in the community of devotees, a lot of them talk about the fact that she is a Christian. She actually, the Catholics that venerate her, a lot of them do. They view her as being Catholic as well. It's stated that because Christ defeated her, that she became a Christian as well. So even in that belief system, death is, a Christian. Like, she believes that that Christ is Lord. So it's interesting to me. I think that like my connection with her actually has something to do with it, because I started to become more, that the messages of the Bible started to kind of speak to me more. I started becoming more interested in reading the Word. And then, of course, like, I think went through, a number of experiences that just kind of like, I mean, I don't know. It's hard to say that I wouldn't say I'm a convert, because I was baptized. I was a Christian in my youth. I wasn't raised in a Christian household, though, so it's hard to say. It's not a like straightforward thing. But as I see it, like, I think too, like, in some ways I'm seeing that there is revival happening at this time. I think it's because there is a great deal of spiritual warfare happening in this country. And I think that in many ways, like, God is calling us back in order to, like, I don't know. I feel like we need to be strong. We need to be praying together. We need to be like ready for what's happening, and to see through the lies, and to like get back to the truth, because I don't know, it's scary out there. I mean, it is. I mean, this culture, the confusion and the demonic energy is like really heavy in the media at this point. I saw, y'all might laugh, but I saw this some clips the other day from like a Sam Smith concert. Sam Smith is one of these like non-binary like morons. I mean, that in and of itself, like the fact that I mean, y'all know what I think, but I'm just saying, like, what, and I'm not like, wanting to make an example of him. Obviously, like, entertainers do stuff like this, they play with it, but like, it's not just him. There's something like really profoundly like wrong going on, and there's like a deeper, sinister connotation to this stuff. And I'll just say this again, like, if it's confusing, it's not of God, because God is not confused. God is not a God of confusion. Okay, there are gods of confusion, but not the Most High. All right, you're not gonna be driven down such nonsensical paths of like confusion, deliberate confusion, and separation from truth. We got two people quoting the Joni Mitchell. It's true. I mean, we have to get ourselves back to the garden. No point in growing up with hate and regret. Sort of like, when does red become orange? Yeah, I know. It's like, I think once you know God, you never, even if you are in a state of rebellion, if God calls you back, you have to come, And maybe this too, like, it's, I've been thinking about that. I keep thinking about, y'all, obviously I'm a C.S. Lewis fan. And I don't know if y'all, I think it's from The Silver Chair. Jill Pole has this her first interaction with Aslan when she comes to Narnia. Like, she's like, oh yeah, my friend Eustace and I were calling to you. And he was like, you wouldn't have been calling to me if I hadn't been calling to you. And I think there's all these like synchronicities along the way that have brought me kind of full circle. So I don't know. It's I don't know, y'all. This is a time of transformation in my life, and I'm happy for it. And I just hope that you all will be happy for me. Now, C.S. Lewis knew what he was doing, okay? C.S. Lewis was a genius. I think about like the Chronicles of Narnia and how it parallels like the Bible in so many ways, and also just like the nature of God. Like he was profoundly aware, of the nature of God and his work there. It just like thinking about it now, like it just kind of, it touches me sometimes. I think there's a line from Ezekiel as well. Let me see if I can find it. It's one of my favorite passages, Ezekiel 43, I think. Maybe not. Ooh. I mean, this is pretty, yeah. Anyway, I'm not going to get into that, but so much yes to everything you were saying. Oh, thank you. I'm glad. Oh, you're happy for me. Well, thank you. It's glad to have people happy for me. A lot of people haven't known what to do. Like I've had some friends that were just like, you can tell they're kind of like, oh dear, where is this going? And it's like, yeah, I am going into it. Like, I had no idea like that it would get this serious. But it has, and I'm grateful for it, like to actually have my faith renewed in such a powerful way and to be so transformed and to know that there's more transformation to be done, and that I don't know, it's helpful, and I'm happy. I'm happy about it. I'm overjoyed, honestly. Like it's I don't know. It's hard to know how to talk about it too sometimes in like a public way. And I wonder, like, am I really a good witness? Am I somebody that's going to be, or that should I be doing this, like talking about this? And I'm kind of wanting to be careful about it as well, because, I don't want to be, I guess I don't want to be vain, or like I don't want to go in, guns blasting, talking about things I don't understand. But what I do know is that like the Bible reveals so much truth about reality. When we read it, I mean, you can't read it and not get wisdom out of it at the very least. And when you really read it, you see how much it reflects the current reality, regardless of how different, what they're talking about is from today's world. The truth in it is eternal. Amy says, I'm happy for you. I remember your early videos. I always liked your intellect and style. Shucks. You would not interact with me then. You were so young. Why wouldn't I interact with you? Soph says, the Bible is a great book. I'm not a Christian, but I'm happy for you. You should reconsider that. You should reconsider that. Oh, here, this is interesting. God, the true shepherd. This is Ezekiel 34, verse 11. For thus says the Lord God, indeed, I myself will search for my sheep and seek them out. As a shepherd seeks out his flock on the day he is among his scattered sheep, so will I seek out my sheep and deliver them from all the places where they were scattered on a cloudy and dark day. And I will bring them out from the peoples and gather them from the countries, and I will bring them to their own land. I will feed them on the mountains of Israel, in the valleys and all of the inhabited places of the country. I will feed them in good pasture, and their fold shall be on the high mountains of Israel. There they shall lay down in a good fold and feed in rich pasture on the mountains of Israel. I will feed my flock. I will make them lie down, says the Lord God. I will seek what was lost and bring back what was driven away, bind up the broken and strengthen what was sick. But I will destroy the fat and the strong and feed them in judgment. And as for you, O my flock, thus says the Lord God, behold, I shall judge between sheep and sheep, between rams and goats. It is too little for you to have eaten up the good pasture, that you must tread down with your feet the residue of your pasture, and to have drunk on the clear waters, that you must foul the residue with your feet. For as my flock, they eat what you have trampled with your feet, and they drink what you have fouled with your feet. Therefore, thus says the Lord God to them, behold, I myself will judge between the fat and the lean sheep. Because you have pushed with side and shoulder, butted all the weak ones with your horns, and scattered them abroad. Therefore I will save my flock, and they shall no longer be a prey. And I will judge between sheep and sheep. And I will establish one shepherd over them, and he shall feed them, my servant David. He shall feed them and be their shepherd. Anyway, yeah, I mean, it's, you think about it and you think about being scattered, on a dark and cloudy day, and thus being gathered again and brought forward. It's interesting. Even though this is specifically talking about a time and a place, you don't have to read it literally like that. I mean, you look and think about the way that this plays out today. Anyway, my views were too moderate for you. How dare you? Believe you connect with the spirit. That is true. It is important to know what spirit you are connecting with. It's true. I mean, I don't know, it is hard to know the intentions sometimes of what is being connected with. And that's why it's just important to when we meditate, when we pray, to speak, the name of who we wish to connect to. I think that's important. But anyway, it is getting late, y'all. I should retire for the evening, but I appreciate you all being here. I know this chat kind of went in some different directions, but I appreciate your kindness to me here today, listening to me, talking with me. Lady Solidarity, dang, honey. Well, I would suggest, I understand there is anxiety about that, and just, what I would suggest, I think after this chat, what we all can do, maybe it would be good. Like I said, we want to pray for the people here in this chat, and we had to kick somebody out today, and that was not nice, but I just, let's send each other, the best wishes and pray for one another that everything will be good and that, the truth will be revealed, and that, that's all we can do. And I would say, it's good to see the positivity towards one another. I like that people are chatting with one another. I always love when that happens. It's a beautiful thing to see. So thank you for being a good chat for the most part and treating one another kindly. And just remember that the best thing we can do is love each other. Yeah. Yeah, come on. Just, go back to the main message here. Kitty isn't supposed to be free. Kitty is supposed to be earned. What did I say exactly? You gotta earn. You don't be given. No, men don't just deserve kitty because they want it. They gotta earn it. Damn. I'm the one who suggests stating the name of God. Yeah, another spirit could interfere, of course, but when you call on God, you call on the Holy Spirit, you call on Christ, that's a name which causes other spirits to tremble. You see it, and I spoke today about the Santissima Muerte, a spirit that I experienced who brought me back to my Christian faith in some ways. They know who the Lord is, okay? That's the thing about spirits. They know who the Lord is. There's some people screaming outside, y'all. What the hell is going on? I don't see who it is. Oh, man, I tell you. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I don't think intercessors are necessary. You know, I do think that, like, I mentioned something about like Catholicism before and the use of intercessors, like in the form of the saints. I don't really know what I think about that. I do believe in the power of intercessors sometimes, and it's not just dude, someone is losing their shit outside. I'm sorry, y'all. I'm kind of like all over the place because of it. It's like they're like howling. I don't know. It's scary to me. Y'all, I renewed my lease for another year here. And I'm wondering if I made the right decision, honestly, because like after that happened, one of the local businesses shut down. And so it's like, okay, the neighborhood's becoming even more barren, you know, and then my neighbors across the hall adopted this like aggressive pit bull. Okay. That's like been aggressive towards me, like barking at me viciously. And I looked outside the other day and it was doing that at some other people when she was walking it. And I'm just like, really? I don't know. Like, I like my place for the most part, but I'm starting to wonder like if I need to start thinking about moving again. I don't know. It's hard. It's really hard. I don't know. It's distressing to me to there's just so much going on that is difficult to process in my city, in this country, in this world sometimes. And it's I don't know what to do about it, I guess, other than like I mean, I can only do so much for myself as it is, and I don't know. But yeah, anyway, the intercessors thing. I mean, I think, you know, it's possible that it's a thing in, you know, in terms of like the saints, but yeah, I think intercession can lead to connection with God, you know. You know, if you're angry at God, but like you're praying to one of his saints, like what's that saint going to do? It's going to bring you back to connection with God. You know, and I mean, like the Santissima Muerte, like she showed me years ago that she wanted me to be involved in church. She wanted me to get back to that. She showed me that. And I didn't put it together, you know, like that it directly. But then she, you know, got me more and more interested in the Bible. She kind of, it's interesting. Like there are spirits that serve God. Okay. Like, and it's, you can, where are you being led? You know, I think that's important to remember, like, where are you being led? And, you know, are you getting led to more truth? Are you getting led to, that's the thing about like death, for example. Talk about her we all know she exists. All right. There is no getting around that. Death exists. It's a real phenomenon. All right. Is it something true? What is the spirit? A spirit of truth. That's one thing, maybe that's why, a spirit that is true, that it really exists, or a spirit that is one of truth is going to lead you to the truth. Amy says, get some pepper spray just in case he lunges at you. Dude, I don't know what to do. You know what? My friend did give me a taser. Maybe I should start carrying that. Like, honestly, I am so pissed about this dog because it's not the only pit bull in this fucking building. Okay, y'all. I'm gonna come out here. Like, I don't think these kind of dogs should be in an apartment building. I really don't. They have a lot of energy and they have a lot of aggression. They need to be able to run. They need to be able to like get that out. Okay. And like they're living in an apartment the same size as mine with a pit bull, 2 toddlers, and 2 adults. It's like, and they're across the hall from me. And my cat sometimes runs into the hallway. And now I'm like fucking terrified, honestly. Like I am terrified of my cat, like going into the hallway, just like he does sometimes because he's a little bastard. Any of the other dogs that I've seen, I'm not scared of because these dogs are like, but I'm terrified because I swear to God, if their dog saw my cat, I can just tell. If it sees a cat or any other small little animal, it's gonna like go for it. And I am gonna kill that dog. Like I will kill it. I will kill it if it like harms my cat at all. And then I'm gonna kill them. Like they'll probably stop me like mid-kill of their dog. But you know what I mean? Like I'm worried about my cat. And of course he shouldn't be in the hall, but like, and it's not like it's one of those dopey little like, do kind of dogs. Like it's aggressive. I'm just so said pit bull should be illegal. You know what? Yeah, honestly, I'm not a fan. I'll be real here. I am not a fan. I just read a story in this city in Portland recently. One of the local, like well-known pastry chefs who like owns one of the most popular patisseries in the city, like was mauled by a pit bull. She was running one morning and this drug addict's dog, pit bull, like somehow got loose, attacked her. And you know what? They didn't even, this is the crazy thing. Like the dog mauled her, like bit her, I think 37 times or something like that. Like she had puncture wounds all over. And I don't know, I guess somebody stopped to like help her, somebody who was driving. And this dog like ran off and the owner of it like OD'd on fentanyl like shortly after this happened. It's a messed up story, y'all. Anyway, in the news article, they stated that the dog was released to this person's like mother. I'm like, why didn't you put that dog down? This dog mauled a complete stranger. Shouldn't that dog be put to, like, I'm sorry, like, I'm not, it's not like I want animals to be killed, you know? It's not like I'm I really don't. I think it's terrible to put animals to sleep, but if the dog mauls somebody, like, come on. Anyway, like I don't even know what to think about. Like, why was it not put to sleep? Can you report this to your this neighbor to your landlord? Like, honestly, I haven't yet. I don't know what to say, like, exactly. I mean, because like it's not the only pit bull in the building, and there's one that's way worse too. Like they live on the floor underneath me, and this dog has like they have it on this like intense chain, and it has like a muzzle on its face, and it's just like it's like it barks at literally and growls at literally everyone. And you're just like, and the like owners are just these like normal effing Portland liberals. And it's just like, why do you have a dog like this in an apartment? Like, shouldn't this dog be like guarding your meth lab or your like junkyard? Like, this is not a pet. Okay. This is not this is not Fluffy, okay? This is not Tiffy. This is a effing killer. Like, this dog. So like I don't know. Like there doesn't seem to be any anti-pit bull rules. Like there doesn't seem to be any like dog breed restrictions in the building. But like the fact that the dog like has aggressively barked at me, like, and you know what? Like dogs are often put off by me because like I have to use a scooter to get around when I, leave my apartment. So like dogs are often kind of like, a little bit more, and some of them, some, will bark at me. Like, but this is like, I just because I know, like, I know what they're like, like I'm not one of these people like it's the owners, not the breed. Like, is it though? Because like also, when I was a little girl, I was attacked by a pit bull. So I do have that like innate kind of like awareness that they're not nice dogs, some of them. Obviously, I've met some that were nice dogs, but even ones that seem nice can like snap and like kill people. Like they can kill people. I saw this horrible video on Facebook recently of one attacking another dog. Like this other dog, like they were both on a leash in this coffee shop, and it was on the security camera footage. Like this dog just like chomped into this other dog, grabbed it, wouldn't let go, and was like shaking it. This poor dog like ended up dying, and like the owner of the pit bull couldn't get it to unlock its jaw, because that's the thing about them. They'll like bite down and they will not let go, even if you're like beating the crap out of them. Like, oh God, it was horrible. And like the owner of the other dog was just like trying, oh God, it was horrible. So like I'm aware of like how vicious they can be. And like if it's already displaying signs of aggression, it's not like one of these dopey ones that's like, I'm a happy little, crazy dog. No, it's like aggressive. A long time ago, I noticed there was a big overlap between anti-pit bull and gender critical subreddits. I never knew what to make of it. I mean, these people stay woke. I don't think they have to be licensed. No. I swear people think they're progressive for loving these dogs because they associate being anti-pity with anti-blackness. Plus, pits are less likely to be adopted. Savior complex for a mutt. At the end of the day, pits are bred to kill each other and fight. I mean, you know, like, I don't know what to make of it. I really don't. Like, I agree with you. Some people like seem to be like, they just have this like, you know what, there was this woman that liked me years ago, and like I hung out with her a couple of times, kind of getting to know her. But once I met her dog, I was like, no, this bitch is crazy. Okay, like let me tell you, like he was a nice dog. He was sweet. He liked me, you know, and I'll tell you what, she left me alone with that dog in public at a bar. Like, she's like, oh, I'm going to go get this. Like, you watch Bodhi. And I'm like, okay. And so she hands me his leash, and this dog is like 100 pounds. His jaw is like massive. Like, he had a massive head, y'all. And he used to be, apparently she told me he used to be like this dog that was like used, I don't remember the exact word, but like this poor dog, and you know, I feel terrible for him, but the dog was like used in some sort of pit bull fighting like thing. Like, he was actually like a dog that was traumatized. So this dog was like used by pit bull fighters to like basically be a target because he wouldn't fight the other dogs. But because of this, he's like terribly frightened of other dogs and consequently children. And so we went out in public, right? So she takes this dog with her. We go out to get lunch. We're sitting outside at a cafe eating. He's sitting there. These little kids walk by. He snaps at the little kids, like, rrr, rrr, like vicious. And the kid was like, I was like, dude, if that kid got any closer, he would have like ripped that kid's arm off. You know, I was like, and she grabbed him like immediately, like she had him like, you know, instill dominance. But I was like, dude, you are deluded in thinking you're in control of this dog. And she just had like these wide eyes, like talking about him. She loved him so much, but it was like clear, like, yo, this dog is not safe. And then, yeah, we go to the bar afterwards, after having our nice little Thai food. And she went to go up and like get drinks. And she was like, oh yeah, like, here, you watch Bodhi. And she just gave me this dog. And like, y'all, you know, I have rheumatoid arthritis. I'm weak. I mean, I could still walk at this point, but I was weak. And I'm just like holding onto his chain, like trying to have all of his attention, you know, like looking this dog in the face and being like sweet with him, just hoping to have all of his attention, hoping that nobody else comes up until she gets back. Because I was like, this is so dangerous. She left me alone with this dog, because he was like at least 100 pounds. If he saw something he wanted to go after, there was no way in hell I would have been able to hold on to that leash, you know, like, no, it just I don't have the physical strength. So I was like, yeah, after that experience, I was like, yeah, nothing gonna happen between us, you know, like we're not, because, and you know what? She ended up dating a woman that also has a nice pit bull. And now he has another pit bull friend that he plays with. Dude, it's like, I cannot with these type of dogs, especially in a tiny ass downtown apartment. You know what I mean? Like it's not and I already don't like these neighbors. Like, they're just, they don't have good energy. You know what I mean? Like you just, So I don't know. I mean, maybe I should complain, but I don't really know what to say, or just be like, yeah, so my neighbors in this apartment, like, have this dog and it has been aggressive towards me. And I mean, what are they going to do? Like, they have all, like, I don't know. It's just, I'm just, just tuning in. Hi, Anna. Yeah, I got on a little pit bull conversation. Like, obviously, like I've met some pit bulls, I'll say that. They were all female though, like I've never met a male pit bull that wasn't frightening. Like the only pit bulls I've met that didn't scare me were girls. I'll just say that. They were girls, and they also had puppies. They'd also been bred, so they were a little bit more calm than like, yeah, it just, they have to be strictly and consistently trained for puppy. I still think some of them are hopeless, though. I really do. I think some of them are really hopeless. You might get I don't know. It's not worth it. Like, and even so, like, it doesn't belong in an apartment. It's a dog that needs a yard. They've got too much energy. They just have too much energy, and they have too many natural instincts to, like, patrol. I just don't think it's, an apartment needs to have like very docile, large dogs, ones with kind of lower energy, or like small dogs, not a freaking killer dog. I think she weighed a little bit more than him. She probably had like 20 pounds on him. That dog was massive, y'all. Massive. And his jaw was so wide. I was like, if he snapped down on something, it would just take out so much of it. Like, and I hope to God that dog never like snaps. And because the thing is, he's scared of children. That dog is scared of other dogs and children. Like, I guess it's like made friends with this other pit bull that also happens to be a female pit bull. Go figure. But they seem to play together all right. But I wonder about it. And I also worry, like, they both kind of have that, like, really, big-eyed liberal, like, what do you mean you're not queer kind of like thing going on. I mean, yeah, we had that was a conversation that we had at one point, like, because I was like, oh, I don't identify as queer. Like, no, thank you. Don't call me that, please, because it's not. I mean, the thing about it is too, like, people want to pretend like that term is not political, and it is. And it's like, it becomes very political the moment you say, please don't call me that. And that's the interesting thing about it. If you're like, yeah, I don't like that word, it's a slur, like, but we've reclaimed it. I'm like, what's this we crap? What? I didn't reclaim it. I don't want to be called that. Like, anyway, yeah. So many. I mean, I don't know. She was a sweet lady, very, very nice in many ways. But yeah, that really put me off. The pit bull thing really put me off. Hi, Big Bad Mama. Welcome to the chat. I swear I was going to go a while ago, but then I got on this, like, I don't even know why I brought up the pit bull thing, y'all. and I don't want to be like going off, but like it's, yeah, I guess maybe I should, I don't know. I just don't know what to say to like be like, yeah, I'm concerned because the dog is aggressive and I just would like it to be on a muzzle. I mean, the other aggressive one is on a muzzle. Like, I feel like if your dog has like an incredibly powerful, snarling, snapping jaw, maybe you should put, a muzzle on it. And I just don't know why, like, somebody with small kids would adopt such a dog either. Like, in a freaking small apartment, their apartment is not bigger than mine. It's the same size. I don't know what the layout's like, but I can't imagine 4 people in a pit bull being comfortable in it. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know how women live these lives too. That's the other thing. Like, somebody asked about like women going 50-50, paying half the bills. Like, I have no doubt that that's what's going on there. And I'm like, you gave this guy 2 kids. You gave this man 2 kids, and you're living in an apartment paying bills. Like, what the hell is that? Like, what made you think that he was ready to be a father? I don't know. Maybe I'm too judgmental, or I don't even, it's like, whatever, it's their life, but I don't think women even think these things through. They think a guy is cute and like they love him, so they're just gonna like live in some ridiculous way, like, God, I can't imagine it. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe this is just me. It's not like, obviously my life's not perfect or anything, but like, I just wish women would think before they, make these kind of decisions, before they decide to give a man a child. Because like, that's what you're doing when you have a man's baby. You are giving him the gift of a legacy. And it's like, what kind of legacy is he gonna have? Does this man deserve to have a legacy? Like, why aren't women asking themselves this, like, before they have kids? Like, that's what I would be thinking. I'm like, is this man worthy of a legacy at this point in his life? Man, I've been thinking the same things about who I used to be attracted to and who I am attracted to now. And the reasons for getting into a relationship has drastically changed. Yeah. I mean, I think like this culture really gives women really bad advice, or like really strong, really bad messages about, I just saw this video the other day. It was like a woman on Instagram wearing a fucking bonnet on her head. Like, who is in 2023 is recording videos like this? Like, I thought that was like in the past, where women were coming on like looking crazy wearing a bonnet. Anyway, like, yeah, she was just, talking about like, don't date a man you aren't attracted to, ladies, because like, if he cheats on you, you're gonna feel so embarrassed because you weren't attracted to him. I was like, what the hell is this? Like, what? First off, like, if you find him attractive, how many more women are going to find him attractive? I mean, we're just going off of physical appearance. That crap. A man that is like I find physically attractive is like that is like, you know what I mean? Like it's the last in terms of, things I value in a man. You know what I mean? Like it's like it's nice if I find him physically attractive, but like what's really attractive in a man has nothing to do with that. I mean, if he's repulsive, okay. But like, it's not him being cute is not a value. It's not it has nothing to do with his worth. You're a woman, it has something to do with us or like in terms of like the dating market, okay, but like I'm just like thinking about this, I'm like this is terrible. This is terrible advice. Like we cannot be valuing that above anything else. You know what I mean? Like his physical appearance is so far less important than his character, his resources. Hello, like if he's cute, okay, but like it's not. I was astounded by that. And of course she's looking crazy in the video, like looking totally like she should be in bed, not recording a video. You know what I mean? He I don't know. It bothered me. I was like, who is thinking this way in 2023? See, these are good values. I mean, it doesn't have to be a job, but he needs to be financially secure. You know what I mean? Like he needs to be financially secure. Either like owning his own business or like having a good job that he can provide, yeah, taking care of his body and mind. These are good values. He needs to have sane family members. Yeah, but see, these are good things to look for. He has to value creativity. Dang. A bonnet like for a milkmaid. No, like one of them silk bonnets that women wear like when they're doing their hair. I don't think that's asking a lot. I mean, if a man, okay, here's what I'm going to say. Like, and this is true of women as well. Like, if their family is crazy, okay, chances are they're going to have issues from that. So you have to gauge then at that point, like, okay, if their mom's crazy, if their dad is crazy, if their family's crazy, how involved in that craziness are they? Do they have a healthy boundary with their family? Have they healed? You know what I mean? Like, have they done the inner work of actually like dealing with that familial trauma? Because a lot of people, I mean, it's just an indication, it's a red flag, and a red flag doesn't mean like you completely cut someone off, but it is a point where you need to like stop. A red flag is a point where you come to a stop and you assess your surroundings, okay? It's a point where you stop, slow down, and like actually look at this person more critically. Like, okay, his mom is crazy. How has this affected him or her? If it's a woman, like, how has this affected this person? And then you're like, okay, like, has this person healed this trauma? Has this person worked on themselves? Is this person like, How much is this, crazy ass family member or members in their life? Is this going to impact you? Is this crazy ass grandma going to be looking after your kids and butting herself into your life? You know what I mean? Like these are things. The problem is the healthiest babies come from physical and olfactory attraction. Pardon me while I look up that word. Thank you. Relating to the sense of smell. Okay. Well, that's why, Jordy, the man needs to be attracted to you. Okay? Okay, as long as he likes the way you look and the way you smell. I mean, you can like the way he smells. You know what I'm saying? But it's far more important that he's attracted to you. You know what I'm saying? Like, physical attraction can exist. It just doesn't have to be on your end as the woman. All right, that's a good thing to, that's a good expectation. Yep. She was wearing a hair bonnet for bed in the video, being like, you need to be attracted to him because if he cheats on you, then you're going to feel stupid. I'm like, okay, let's talk about statistics of how many men cheat regardless of how they look. Okay. Let's just talk about that. All right. I'm going to feel a hell of a lot more stupid if a guy cheats on me and he's not paying my bills. All right. And I was just with him because I thought he was cute. That's going to make me feel hella stupid. Okay? Yeah. Like, what kind of guy is cheating on you? Like, if you look at the statistics of how many men cheat at some point, okay, I still don't see, like, oh, lady solidarity, you know what? That's okay. But you don't have contact with them. Honey, I'm in the same boat. Don't feel that way. Like, don't feel like the fact that you don't have contact with most of them, if you get to know you as you're getting to know someone, I would just suggest, when the subject of your family comes up, be honest, be like, a lot of my family is pretty crazy. I had to cut off a lot of them because of how they act. You can mention the family members that you do have contact with and what your relationships with them are like. I think that's just a point where you like be honest and be transparent, and I agree, like the right person, will understand. Okay. Like it's a moment to slow down and get to know somebody better. All right. It's a moment to put the brakes on, slow down and get to know someone better, get to understand someone better. And like, you just be real. Like, if you don't have the best family, I mean, there's not much you can do about that. But like, make sure that for the sane people in your family, like keep those relationships. And like, also, I would suggest like, look for older people to like be in your life as well, like mentors, like people that are, can be a friend to you as well, like in your community that are older, that, might be that might be something, you know, a way to like mitigate that in some ways. You can be like, yeah, I don't have the best relationship with my family. A lot of them are crazy and can't be, you know, reasoned with, you know, and I've taken steps to remove myself because I don't want to be impacted by it. But, you know, I do have these connections here. I do have this and that, you know, and, you know, it is what it is. So I mean, okay, let's be clear here. Like, a lot of people who totally are wackadoo get married. Okay. So, like, don't feel like you who have made a responsible choice to remove yourself from like some craziness, like you're going to be unmarriageable or something. Like, you're not at all. Like, if it's really important that to someone that you have a family, a good, strong, you know, wholesome nuclear family that you came from, yeah, that's going to be a problem. But I don't think, you know, that's going to be, you know, a problem to most people. Just, you know, take your time. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's good, you know, just don't worry about the crazies. You know, every family's got people in it. Every family's got some wackadoo people in it, okay? There's no getting around it. Every family has people in it that are a little crazy. um yeah, getting back to that damn hair bonnet video, yeah. I was just, yeah, look at the statistics of how many men cheat and then like make a judgment call there. It's like also like just, so dumb. It was just so dumb. I was like, I can't believe someone is giving advice like this in this era. Like, I thought we were past this. I thought we had woken up past this level at this point as a society where we knew that, like, you know, I thought we understood that, you know, what is most valued in men is should not be their appearance. It's just, the thing is too with like good looking guys, like women throw themselves at good looking guys all the time. If a guy is good looking, chances are he's going to have opportunity after opportunity to cheat. But you get a guy that's a little bit ugly, but he's upset. He thinks you're so good looking, you know, and he sees you as like, you know, there's a science to this, okay? There's a science to this. If you're, you know, if you're a 10, go for like a 7 in men, you know, like in terms of appearance, okay? Go for the man is not supposed to be as attractive as the woman. The woman is the prize, okay? If you're a 5 as a woman, okay, you got to go for a 3 or a 2. I'm sorry. That's just the science. This is basic math. Okay, you go for the guy who knows that you can do better than him. Okay? Go for the guy that knows that you look better than him. Okay? You don't want a guy who's pretty. All right? These pretty guys, they think that they're like God's gift to women. Women are always turning their head looking at them. They're like, yeah, I could get this or that. You know, if you do want a guy like that, you'd want a guy that's really good looking. You are going to have to like mess with his mind so much and make him think you don't like him at all for him to like, you know, you know what I mean? Like, let's say this guy's good looking. All right. Okay. And you want to bag him. All right. And he likes you. He thinks, you know, I like that. Here's what you're going to have to do. you're going to have to friend zone him. You're going to have to friend zone him hard, okay? You're going to have to put him in a hard friend zone. You know, he offers to take you out and be like, oh yeah, sure. And then like be like sitting down together and you'd be like, this is great. I'm so glad we're such good friends. Like, I really want a friend like you. Like, use that F word multiple times, like mess with him. And like, he's going to want to push it. You know, he's going to want to think he can like charm you. And you'd be like, you're so silly. I just really kind of see you as a friend. I see you kind of as a brother. Do that, mess with him. Like, do not make him think that you think he's cute. All right. I don't know what the hell. The moment he thinks you think he's cute, that you like him more than he likes you, it's, you know, it's just, it's not, it just doesn't work out for you. You gotta like, you cannot be out here in 2023, like wanting your man to be like, or I mean, if I think you should be attracted to him, but like, obviously, I don't think women should date men that they're like, that they think are completely unattractive. I would never recommend that. But like, you know what I mean? If he's like a really good looking guy, like, you know, the kind of guy that a lot of women look at, like, I'll pass, you know, or, you know, I'll friend zone him and make him like work for the kitty. Because he's going to be like, that's the thing. Like, if he's a masculine guy at all, if he's got masculine energy, that's going to be a challenge to him. He's going to be like, whoa, I like this girl. She doesn't like me. Or she doesn't want to date me. But I feel like we could have something. Like, you gotta, you can't. You cannot with these guys, okay? If he's a masculine man, he's gonna like that because it's a challenge and because all these other women are like breaking their neck to look at him and throwing themselves at him, and he don't have to work for them. He's gonna be like wanting that one that is like, you know, it's just, it's science. It's science. That's right, Anna. I don't know what this woman was thinking making this. Like, what do these women think? Like, that men cheat because they, you know, I don't know. I mean, like, I guess she wasn't saying exactly that if you're attracted to a guy, he won't cheat on you, but you're gonna feel less bad about it, I guess. I don't know. I don't think that's the case either. Like, I don't know what her point was, but I thought it was ridiculous. Like, okay. I just think, you know, ultimately, and this is the other thing too, and this is another reason why men need to be the provider in a relationship, like I talked about earlier when I was talking about gender roles. The more money he's spending on you, your home, your family, the less money he has to go out and play with. And throw that out there. You know, a lot of women don't see that, but you know, they're in these 50-50 relationships, like, that are quote unquote equal, where he's stacking his bag, he's building himself up, he's, you know, able to afford a lifestyle he could not without you, because you're essentially his roommate that gives him free, you know, you kitty cat. And then the situation ends up being that, like, you know, he ends up building himself up to be the kind of man eventually that is going to be attractive to other women. It's not, and he's going to have all this, you know, spare money to play with because you paying half of his bills. for him, even though he's your man. He's not. There is a science here, okay? Like, and this is what I'm talking about. Like, a lot of the breakdown in, you know, relationships between men and women, and a lot of, I think, the female dissatisfaction with relationships with men are that they're in these situations where, like, the guy is not a provider, not a protector, and they're in this circumstance of, you know, paying half of the bills in the home, being expected to, like, sexually gratify the man, and you know, a lot of times not even married, you know, not even, you don't even have that. You don't even have that security. And then, God, don't even get me started on the women who have kids in these situations. Like, I don't know how women do that. Like, I don't know how women get married, pay half the bills, have kids, and continue working. Like, I don't know how they do it. I don't know how they do it. At what point do they, like, don't they feel like completely sucked dry? Like, I just feel like it would suck me dry. Like, it would totally, you know, like, got the demands of having kids, you've got the demands of your own job, and then you've got to, like, satisfy his sexual needs, you know, quote unquote, when you're tired. You know, you've been working all day dealing with all that BS, and then you come home, you got to take care of the kids, all of that BS, and then, you know, at the end of the day, he wants to hump you too. Oh, and pay these bills. Like, oh, it's like people wonder, like, you know, designed to destroy the family unit. I think so. Like, and the thing is too, a lot of the times women, I don't think we realize how much more women age, or how quickly women age compared to men. Men are, like, their fertility window is a lot longer than ours, for one thing. But they do mature a lot slower than we do. You know, most men are at least 10 years mentally younger than women. So a lot of the times these women, and this is what happened to my friend that I mentioned earlier in this video. I mean, she married a man the same age as her, and he was acting the same way he did when he was a punk ass teenager. You know what I mean? Like, and they're grown and they have kids, and he's in his 30s complaining about how she didn't save him. You know what I mean? Like, he in no way was mentally prepared to be a father, let alone a husband. Like, I don't know. I definitely think there's a sort of generational disconnect where we had these gender roles where men were expected to provide and women were expected to have children, maintain a household, etc. And then we had women's liberation that mostly freed men of their obligations without really giving women a break. Yeah. They're just expected to work now in addition to everything else. I mean, that's true. You know what? Most women have worked to some extent, you know, throughout all time. I don't know of an era when women weren't working, but, like, the thing is, you know, the situation should be one of, you know, especially when when a woman like just gives birth, those those birth to toddler years, I don't feel it's a woman should have to work at that time. You know what I mean? Like if she wants to work later on when they're going to school, cool. Like why not? If you want to go back to work or you want to start your own business or you want to do this, that, or the other, yeah, why not? But like when you're nursing the baby when it's young, like I don't feel like a woman should have to work at that point. I really don't. And I feel like a man should take care of his family at that point. And if that can't happen, he shouldn't have kids. Like kids are a gift that women give to men. They really are. They are a legacy that you provide to a man. Like we really need to think about that. And I just feel like it's gotten to the point where like, we have forgotten this as a culture, like that this is about a legacy. And you know what? Like, because I think about it, like if I were in the position of being a housewife, let's just say, I would still be doing work, I would have methods of bringing in income. A lot of women do. Like a lot of women that are housewives do bring in income. But like I just feel like that should be hers. That should be her spending money. That should be money for her, I feel like it's a man's responsibility to pay for the home and all of that, Sorry, keeping the home was the work. It's more so Western society we see this. There are still cultures and places where a woman's work is maintaining the family and home and are provided for by their husband. I mean, it happens here too. And I want to say this too. There's a lot of like, this isn't necessarily, a lot of it is cultural. I'll say this because I've met and known a lot of men from like, I don't know, like Hispanic backgrounds, for example, like Mexican families. We'll just use that example. Mexican American families. The man, even if he's working class, is a provider. And that's his role. And that's how and it's obviously not every Mexican American family I'm talking about, but I've seen that a lot. Like, depending on the culture and what it is, the man has this mindset and perspective. Like, it's his role to be the provider. And like, his wife may, may have like a business of her own or that kind of thing, but she isn't expected to take care of the big responsibilities. You know what I mean? Like, it's not incumbent on her to have that weight on her shoulders. Yeah, I don't know. Things are backward. Things are very backward. But I think this is a big part of a lot of women's dissatisfaction. It's like, a lot of women I know are really accomplished in their own right. You think about that. A lot of women I know have degrees. They have careers. They have like all these things under their belt, all these things they've done in their life. And then like, they look around and like, where are the men that are equally yoked? Where are the men that can match them? And so then they're in this circumstance of like, okay, there are, very few men out there that they can see that like can actually meet them where they're at, like that are actually, they can see as a man and respect as a man. And I think that's a big part of it too. A lot of men, because they aren't expected to be providers in order to have a woman anymore, like they have lowered the standard for themselves, you know? So they don't worry about accomplishing, oh, not you, my kitty. You're perfect just the way you are. I don't care that you a scrub. I don't care that my kitty's a scrub. I don't care. Come here. Come here, mommy's little scrub. You don't pay no bills. Okay, where was I? Yeah, I was talking about this. Like a lot of them don't actually achieve what they're capable of because they know that they're going to have access to, you know, kitty cat. They got access to the kitty cat, whether they, you know, meet their potential or not. Whereas like women, I think naturally we are just conscious of what is required, you know, to keep life going and to keep life good. You know, there's this, I saw this meme once of like someone making fun of a man's apartment and he had like, you know, a mattress on the floor, you know, he had a mattress on the floor and he had a TV on the floor and he had a video game, you know, like console. And the thing said like, men will have an apartment that looks like this and see nothing wrong with it. And then some guy like responded to that, like, you know, it really bothers them how little it takes to make us content or to make us happy. And I'm like, you know, this is the thing about women. This is the value that we add to men's lives. It's like we actually, if they were left on their own, that's all they would need, you know, their entertainment, their mattress on the floor, you know, like if they didn't have to worry about us, you know, they wouldn't worry about all that nonsense. Women force men to level up. You know, we force them to, you know, get more out of themselves and out of life. You know, we're expensive. What we require, the comfort and the luxury that having a woman costs, you know, it forces men to level up. And if they can't, then, or they won't, I should say that if they won't, then the situation becomes dire for them. You know what I mean? Like it's fine for a while and then it becomes pretty bad. And so then you have like the situation of, I don't even want to get into all that. I should probably get going. I said I was going to get going a while ago, but some more new people showed up. So I wanted to keep chatting. But like I said, the situation gets pretty dire. You know, this is the value, I guess, to say to women like watching that we add. You know, think about what his life would look like without you. He'd have some shoes. He'd have a mattress on the floor, a television, and a damn video game console. That would be it. And he'd be happy. But like what you provide is legacy and comfort and luxury, you know, and that forces, in order to provide those things, you know, a man has to go out and reach his potential. He has to work, he has to earn, he has to like develop himself. He has to achieve goals. He has to set goals, achieve them. He has to continue to improve himself. And I see women doing this just naturally because we're aware of how much life costs. We're aware of how much having these things is. So women are out here like surpassing men a lot of the times and then looking around and being like, oh, I have no one to like date because it's all these like bums, you know, who are content just content with not reaching their potential. And so this is the power again of like keeping the kitty cat under wraps, you know, not giving them the kitty cat, not making it easy for them. And I feel like if more women did this, if more women like actually, you know, required men to earn that, society would improve drastically, because like men would know that the bare minimum is not acceptable. You know, eventually people will tire of themselves, but like some won't. And then, you know, what ends up happening to these guys, it's really sad, you know, because like we always get these messages about how, you know, women are gonna, you know, you're gonna end up alone. You're gonna end up alone. You know, no. Like even the women I know that are single, you know, into their older years, they're not alone. None of them are alone. They have like active social lives. They're involved in their community. You know, they have things that they do and are part of. But like the men, you know, it gets pretty bad. They get, you know, when we talk about like the loneliness epidemic, it's far harder on men than it is on women, because women generally are able to have a social life and have social skills and make friends and maintain those friendships long into their older years. But it's not the same for men. So like a lot of that is a projection, and a lot of those guys saying those things, it's really their biggest fear for themselves. So like, you know, I really feel like in terms of like the gender roles thing, you know, just to get back to that a bit, like women, one of our roles is to like have standards and expectations, you know, and it actually is overall beneficial to men in the long run, because, you know, when women have these standards and expectations, it forces men to live up to their potential. So it's good for society overall, you know, it's good for society. It's good for the world. And yeah, obviously we've seen a breakdown in this stuff in the culture, but you know, we create the culture, so we can change things. You know, my little scrub, you my little scrub, you my little scrub, you my little scrub. You're the only scrub. You're the only scrub. You're the only scrub for me. Yeah, you're the only scrub. I shouldn't say that. He does his job of being a kitty very, very well. He does his job of being my kitty very good. You ain't no scrub. I'm sorry. You ain't no scrub. You the best kitty there is. You very good at being a kitty. You very good at your job. Anyway, all right, y'all. It's late. I've been going on about this stuff for long enough. I am so glad so many of you were here having polite conversation with one another, and, you know, me. And I hope that this conversation, which went in several different directions, was, you know, overall good for you. I can't believe how long I've been on though, y'all. Dang, like I'm looking at it, I'm like 4 hours? Really? I did that? Whoops. Okay, so yeah, I'm gonna, y'all stop with the bonnets. Stop with the bonnets. We don't wear bonnets, and if we do, we don't tell anyone about it. Yeah, that does not. Bonnets are private, you know. That's private wear. That's like, you don't even let You don't let your man see that. You don't let anyone see that. That's not something that we wear in public. And we definitely don't get online recording videos of ourselves that way, especially not giving terrible dating advice. All right. Good night, y'all. I hope you all are well. Sending you all of my best wishes until next time. Bye.